Howdy, all.
Howdy, howdy.
Can you guys hear me? Is there an echo?
How are you?
I don't hear an echo, Mike.
No?
Yeah, I'm not hearing an echo either.
I'm gonna. All right. How's that for sound?
Perfect.
Yeah, sounds crisp.
No.
Sorry, I'm running behind schedule. I gotta eat my dinner whilst we work this evening.
How dare you? Did you bring enough to share?
I did. Here, would you like some?
Sure. Ooh, looks delicious.
No, the best that Sheets can provide.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Mike.
Hang on, I'm not.
So we all caught up on Kenobi.
Yes, as a matter of fact.
What was that, Mike?
I did tell our the guys on our show that I wouldn't spoil anything, so I don't know if they're going to be listening.
Uh-oh.
And I don't think it's spoiling to say that the show just continues to get better and better and better.
Absolutely. I mean, this week's episode has topped everything they've done thus far.
And to me, it further proves the point or solidifies the point of you've got to give this stuff time. You've got to give them room to develop and excite and surprise and connect.
Mm-hmm.
This is not the kind of thing where it's a once and done. You watch one thing and it just stands by itself.
Right. It is a slow burn indeed.
And I'm cool for that. Like I'm cool with that. I mean, I'm in it to the end. It's not as if I'm in a rush.
You guys keep talking. I have to figure out why I'm not hearing you guys.
Not hearing us,
Can't
or not
do.
hearing you.
It sounds like you're whispering, so I just have to go look at some settings.
Oh, okay. How's my volume on your side of things, John?
No, it's on my board somewhere.
Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ken, you're coming through fine.
okay.
Yeah, I was very pleased with this week's episode, to say the least.
And if you put this episode next to A New Hope, the production value is worlds apart.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I love A New Hope, the new stuff is definitely new stuff. The new stuff is top notch, is incredibly detailed from a costume and set and prop standpoint, and it's awesome.
I will say this though, it does seem like the budget took a dive from it, comparing like the Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett to Kenobi. It does seem like they did not put as much funds into the show, and I could be wrong. There's a few things that I won't mention exactly that have me scratching my head, and Ken, you probably know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's like, really, that wasn't in the budget to make that look right.
Yeah, there's a couple moments like, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, it does in no means does it ruin the show for me at all. It's one of those things where it's like, all right, I'm sure that money is being spent elsewhere.
Yeah, and I mean, I want this to be delivered with as much kindness as it's intended, and I hope it's received with as much kindness as intended. The three of us and many of the folks that we know we're special kind of fans. Like
Yep.
we will watch something like, wait a minute, and we will pause it and we will go right up to the screen like that. I'm not so sure about that little piece right there.
Right.
Well, do you remember? I think it was the second season of The Mandalorian where they had the jeans guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's like we've become trained to enjoy and at the same time scan and critique.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
what am I looking at? What does that think? Wait a minute, that doesn't look like it belongs there.
because we're trained to at least 2 viewings, no matter what. The first is to enjoy. The second is to analyze.
Yes.
Every time.
Yes.
However, speaking of Jeans Guy, there is a new character. It is Blue Hat Guy. In universe, not someone misplaced, but it was a cameo by Rex and Around.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
See, and that means that's the second podcaster then that's made it into Star Wars canon.
Mm-hmm.
Because the other one was Ajax.
Yeah.
Ajax Citizen.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, you bet.
All right.
What was the secret?
I switched mics. I don't know what. I should learn what all these sound things do.
Well,
Instead of
as
just
long as we
plugging
don't
him
switch
into
the
memory.
Hinton mic out,
Huh?
we don't need a different mic. We prefer Mike Hinton.
Right. All right. Yeah, there was also Corey from I forget his podcast, but he was on Zoe's podcast a couple times too. He was on there as well.
Okay, John Favreau, Dave Filoni, Kathleen Kennedy, I know you're listening. There are 3 of us that will play Kawaki and Monkey Lizard trainers. Like
Well, I think the key for some of this is you have to live in the area.
We'll pay for our own airfare and lodging.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, so Kevin just asked, we were talking about Steel, because Steel announced that at Zoe's podcast, which was really cool. But yeah,
that's one of them. You're absolutely right, Kevin. Yep. Ajax Citizen was it's Saunders. Am I pronouncing his last name right?
Yeah. Steel Saunders is he made up the name because Ajax was the code name for the town for Anchorhead.
Okay.
Mm.
So in Steel I have the sticker that has his credits on it that I'm going to frame it and put it back with my other Steel Wars sticker back here.
Oh, very cool.
So I'll give John the tour next weekend.
Yeah, I'm actually quite looking forward to it.
What time do you plan on getting there, John? Because I might as well plan my arrival to be close to your arrival.
I still haven't decided on whether or not I'm going to show up Friday in the evening and just stay at the campground.
Well, if you show up, make sure you let me know so we can go do something.
We'll do. It's either that or I'm going to do my normal overnight. So,
for those that don't know what we're talking about, we're having a armor party / Tuscan build, which I'm slowly getting my brain wrapped around. I'm just I was Missy and I were finishing up some schoolwork today, and then I pulled a string. Like I lowered my desk. I'm at a sitting height now, but it turned into a total renovation of the whole room. So
Of course it did. Did you
it was
paint
supposed to
it?
take like 10 minutes, turned into a day and a half.
Did you repaint the room?
No, I did not do that, but I covered the table with this really cool blue polka dotted wallpaper.
mm.
You have to
Is
see
that in
it.
universe?
It looks kind of like space.
Oh, okay.
So, but yeah. So before we move on to like stuff that people really care about, I was the armor party. John, when are you getting Kylo?
Saturday.
Okay, so here's my advice. When Marty's there, we should try to fit that to you and get submission pictures done.
That's what I was thinking. That's also kind of why I bought the lifts.
Yeah.
Because I figured Marty's 2 inches taller than me. As opposed to paying like $150 for alterations to get that overcoat altered,
Right.
I may as well just make myself 2 inches taller.
Understandable. Well, the lifts might be fine for you. Like I have those lifts, and I was in that Vader for a couple hours, and 5 minutes in, my heel slipped off the lift, and the lift was putting all the weight on the soft part of my foot.
Mm.
So my recommendation is just make sure they fit snug in your shoe when you get them. I'm going to take my shoes and make lifts out of floor mats. The EVA foam.
Mhm.
I'm just going to build the whole inside of the shoe up so my foot sits like this, not like this.
Well,
Right.
John's going to have his car. You're going to have your car. I'm going to have mine. Why don't we just tie ropes to his limbs and stretch him out 2 inches?
I could do that too.
Yeah, that would work. I would not mind being 5'11".
Yeah.
I mean, how hard can it be, really?
I was like 5'10" and a half when I graduated, but I think I lost about a half inch from a car, just mainly from a car accident and poor posture. So
I'll do it.
And the earth is just trying to keep me down. They keep me close.
No, that's the man. The man's keeping you down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Blame it on the man.
Shall we fetch our tinfoil hats?
Yeah.
Of course.
But
I don't want people reading my brain. It's scary enough in there for me.
We should maybe possibly do a live. We could. You know what? We could probably. I'm trying to think. We could probably do a live show sometime Saturday. I say that now, but we'll all be running around like maniacs doing stuff.
Well, at the very least, we can record little bits and clips. I mean,
Yeah.
The two of you
At
are
least some
TikTok
TikToks.
famous. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, Ken, are you going to be there Sunday as well? Or are you just Saturday?
I haven't decided yet. I have to also find. I can't remember if we have things scheduled for Saturday or not.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Okay. It was Kiss a Wookiee Day. Man, I didn't see Marty today, or I could have. How's the sound for those that are listening? I'm petrified just because I have this whole thing ripped apart. So it looks better, but
Yeah, you look comfortable.
yeah, I'm in a kitchen chair because honestly, like I just picked up my desk chair like an hour before we were going, and I was finishing dinner and putting a chair together at the same time. So the chair didn't win. So
Well, that's all right. It's
well,
one more week.
I have there's a buzz. I'm picking up a buzz, but it could just be my headphones.
Did you have wine with dinner?
No,
Oh, so it's not that buzz.
not that buzz.
Okay.
But no, for Saturday we're going to have the Mando build. I mean the Tuscan build, and then Zoe invited a bunch of her college friends, so they're building Mandos, which is kind of holding up my printer right now because I had to print 7 Boba Fett buckets, and I had 3 fail right at the beginning, and it wasn't due to the printers; it was due to me loading them really quick. 2 of them, the filament jammed; it got in a knot. You've had that happen before, where your whole roll of filament's riding on the top of your print head. And, so I had to restart, but then
Are you bringing your Mando bucket, John?
Probably not. Car's already gonna be pretty. I brought it with me. I've taken it in the car with me once, and it cuts off like 90% of my rear vision.
Oh, okay.
So
wait a minute, what cuts off 90% of your rear vision?
my Mandalorian tote.
No, I mean the toe. I just mean the helmet.
Oh, well, there's no point in me bringing the helmet. Mike has the exact same helmet.
Yeah, I do have the exact same helmet.
Yeah, but if we're gonna do photographs of all of it, you can't wear the same helmet at the same time.
Well, I can't
true.
fit my head in the Mandalorian helmet. I got too fat of a head. It fits. It's whatever this bone is here. I gotta get shaved down or something.
You got to sleep differently because if the man is gonna hold you down, he might as well hold you down and shape you properly.
Right. It was, yeah. No, but I like. So I got those kids. I say kids are like 20 something. They're John's age. Coming to build those. I don't know how that's going to go. But that's Zoe's. That's Zoe's baby. But I'll have my new dragon skin stuff comes tomorrow. So I'll have the molds. I'll have all the Greeblies done for the Tuscans, And the last of these helmets will be done Sunday. So I'm just going to start churning out Tuscan masks. So I'll have enough for everybody.
Yeah, I'm so confused at the files that Marcus sent.
I kind of like the files, but that's one if you want to size it to your face. So like if you put it and then your eye, your eyes are at a certain point. But I'm just going to go with my old file because everyone else seems to be fine with it. And unless you have like some really distorted head, you're not going to see good out of those masks no matter what you do.
Right.
I mean, you would think Marcus never wore a TK before. I trooped in my TK, and I fixed some stuff. I fixed some of the elastic and stuff. But when I went to go put the belt on, we had it taped for John. I was like, oh, man. I had to loosen it all out and stuff. So, but
and that was the Delaware troop.
Yeah, it was down in Delaware. It was a fun. I tell you what, Ken, it was a fun troop. It was this town. I don't know, not far from like all the beach towns in Delaware, but it was like super impoverished. Like the town itself is just it's almost like if you go into like Western PA, where you see these towns that you could tell at one point in time they had everything going, and it just kind of like fell in on itself. So, and the people were just so nice. They had it was like a street fair, and they had like drawings, and a little girl won a bicycle and stuff. We took down some. Zoe took down some of the those droids that you could stick together, like with Velcro.
Yeah.
She had 4 unopened ones, so she took those down, and they raffled those off for the kids.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
It was a good troop. It reminded me of trooping 10 years ago, because it was just like we were just there for a mission to do stuff. We just all had fun, and then we went and sat around and ate afterwards. It was a good troop.
That's awesome.
It was a 2.5-hour drive.
How long was the troop?
The troop was like an hour and a half.
You spent more time driving than you did.
Oh yeah. Well, we have another one coming up in July that we do. There's a friend of mine that works in the school system I work in. He runs like a fitness track camp through Cecil County Parks and Rec, and so he teaches these kids healthy living and elementary kids. And then the last day, for the last couple times he's had it, we've come as characters. And while they're running, then all of a sudden all these Star Wars characters show up on the track.
What day is that?
That's July 22nd. I'll start posting up. I just put it in for him because he just emailed me yesterday. But it's neat. But it's a 20-minute troop, because we literally because the kids it's a surprise. So the kids don't have cameras. So we're just there as it's ending, and their parents are picking them up. So it's kind of like it's a weird, thing, but it's always fun. So
that's awesome.
And then soon we'll have John talking about his troops.
I am so excited to finally troop.
Yeah.
How close are you getting your Mando finished?
The parts have had the rest of the hard parts have had Bondo sitting on it for probably about 4 months now.
Squeeze it in your car, man. Bring anything.
It's honest to God, it's literally just the only things I have left to do are my shoulder bells and my knees, and that's it.
Bring them. We've had armor parties where a third of the guys aren't doing anything other than eating slushies and popcorn, and then one time, like Marty was working on Chewie, Sean was showing a demo on how to make molds. You know what I mean? It was like so. And Missy's going to make us vegan sloppy joes. We'll have soft pretzels, popcorn, and slushies. I just reserved the slushy machine today. So.
All right. I'm so excited.
Do you have a flavor selected?
Well, I don't. All they had there today was margarita. It's like a lime and sweet tea. So I think I might just venture onto Amazon and just get some, different flavors.
Hold on. Sweet tea?
Yeah, it's literally just like concentrated sweet tea. That's the one I'm probably going to get. The margarita one's kind of limey. We had the margarita one time. Pina colada seems to be what everyone likes. And the sweet tea is probably what I'm going to get. So you get caffeine and, And I don't. And now that, unfortunately, now that Buddy's gone, I don't have to worry about like him eating 10 gallons of slushy that fell on the floor and then being sick for a day or two. So Freddie will run around, but yeah, no, it should be a good day. I'm hoping the weather. I didn't even think about the weather until today. I was like, I just hope the weather's good.
Do you want me to bring up one of those fold-out tents?
If the weather's bad, possibly. I think I have 2 of them somewhere.
Because I just picked up a 10x10.
Yeah, I think I have. Yeah, if you want to. I mean, I just want people like that are coming, like just bring whatever little tools or like I have stuff I'll put the thing I was thinking about today after I posted up like 50 times. I need someone with a cook stove, because if we're going to dye clothing, it'd be much easier to have 5-gallon buckets outside to dye the robes than running in and out of the house with boiling water. I mean, you don't have to use boiling water, but it'll, because I was going to use a combination of RIT dye and then have tea, so we get tea dye it as well. So you get that, it gives it a more of like a dirty look than just dyed brown.
And it's more natural than organic, if you will.
Yeah.
Do you have a grill that you could just heat up
I don't have a grill. I'm a vegan, man. What am I going to grill?
Yeah, there's no point in him having a grill.
You've never had grilled vegetables?
Yeah, but I mean, it's not
street corn, grilled pineapple.
Honestly, I got rid of my grill like right before I went vegan. And when I went vegan, I was like, I was looking at grill prices. I'm like, I'm fine. But it doesn't matter either way. We'll figure it all out. But I'm excited. I'm excited to. And then I pick up my clone Armor Friday.
I'm like so mad about that.
When I saw that, I was like, for like a half a second, I was like, no, don't do it.
How did that happen? Like, walk me through that story.
So Zoe wants here. It's a long story. So Zoe.
Okay, we got time.
Zoe wants to go to the Senators game. She's going to troop the Senators game in Harrisburg on a Friday, right? So I was like, well, I better check to see. Sometimes certain garrisons get a little weird. So I was like, I'm going to check to see if like there's spots, because I'm not going to take my armor. I was just going to go and help out. And so when I was on our forum, it shows new things. And while I'm looking through, this one pops up. It said animated clone, 300 up. And I was like, I got to check this out. And I was like, I emailed the guy, do you still have it? And he's like, yep. I said, what's your PayPal? Done. So.
God.
And I don't need the helmet, because I can make the helmet. It's the Watchtower armor. It's the guy who doesn't make it anymore. It's the guy Marty and I got permission to use old molds. That's how the clone helmet that I have is a Watchtower helmet. But I was like, well, I always wanted to do Keeley, so because I was thinking about Rex, but I don't think I'm going to do Rex. Hey, wait a minute. Did we get a chat? Wait, we got a chat from Facebook. It's finally working now. It wasn't working before.
And it's Anthony too.
Hey, Anthony. So I saw that armor, and what I think I'm going to do though is I'll finish it for myself. But I think the ab, the ab piece. I think this fall I'm going to wind up molding it and making it out of the same rubber Safi shorts are made out of.
That would be
so it's a little bit more forgiving.
So you can bend. So, but yeah, now I got to get pistols and a camera, and I'll be there. So.
Yeah, Galactic Armory makes files for the holsters and the pistols.
Yep. Yeah, I had the pistols. I had a set of solid ones. I had a set of solid cast pistols, and I just figured I'd never do it Keeley. There was some kid in Maryland that wanted them, and I was like, nah, you can have them. And now I want to do Keeley. Now I wish I wouldn't have got rid of that Keeley helmet when I donated it for Zoe's. I was like, man, that was such a good Keeley helmet. So
wasn't meant to be. Wasn't the right time.
I saved all the patterns, so I'm going to repaint them. Oh, good. So your whole group is here.
Well, I'm not sure if they're here or if Anthony tagged them so they could be here. I know, one of our buddies is on vacation right now.
Well, so before we get started, we should talk about the background I have. Here, let me see if I can change this here. Try an overlay. No, I don't know if it'll let me do an overlay. Let's see. Let's see how this works. I got these logos. This could go horribly wrong. So let's see. Let's see if this logo. Oh, there it went. Yeah, it's up here in the corner. See this little logo? It's actually right by Anthony, right? The Unifying the Fandom Network. Because John wasn't in on all those emails and stuff from Anthony and stuff.
Yep. So I was a little confused when that just kind of popped up on my feed today.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. Hey, Ark's back. There's Ark. It's one of those things, like, I don't know the best, because there are networks, and I don't know how some of them do networks, but I think one of it is it's just a jumping off point for positive fandom, positive stuff out there. Because I think Obi-Wan, as much as we all love it, I think we're going to see the backlash of, like, I ran into it at work my last week with Obi-Wan. I already know the buzzwords for the people that hate Obi-Wan. It doesn't, they always say, I don't think the acting's as good, which is basically saying I don't like that one actress. That's, you know what I mean? Like, that's no, but I mean, that's like the buzzwords. That seems like they've realized you can't criticize someone for just nonsense, so that now they're just making up stuff,
Right.
Well, they were always making up stuff from the beginning.
Right, but it seemed like there for a while it's getting a little more blatant.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like in the prequel days, like if you start talking to someone and then they started going off on Jar Jar Binks,
Yeah. So to kind of get back to your question, what this all is all
yes,
about, John. Anthony and Mike and I got together not too long ago and talked through the idea of this network, this jumping off point. I don't want to use the word hub because I don't want it to get confused with other famous hubs. But it's a centralized location where the Inflatable Falcon can be connected, the forces behind Star Wars can be connected, the Star Wars Geek Girl can be connected in this one place. So folks can get to this unifying fandom network and then branch off into all of our different shows. And we would absolutely positively love to have the Beskar bucket to be included. It's just that Mike and I didn't want to speak for you.
Oh no, please, by all means, speak for me. You have my permission. If it wouldn't be a reality if it wasn't for you guys. So.
And the cool thing about this idea of the unifying fandom network is, even though we all have that core love of things Star Wars, our shows are not the same. I mean, what the three of us do every week still baffles me, how we can get together and talk for hours, plural, and the next week get together and talk for more hours, plural, and not necessarily cover the same tracks that we covered last time. And then your show is very unique, and the forces behind Star Wars is very unique, and Star Wars Fangirl is very unique, and at the core is just this undying love for each other and the Star Wars universe. So it was a really exciting idea that has now come up with logos and banners and scheduling and just a lot of energy behind it. So I hope it inspires us to continue to get together and make more stuff, and to bring more folks into our fold, more folks into our audience, whether it's Ark or Kevin or some of the other folks that have joined us along the way.
Well, I think it's a fantastic idea. I mean, really, there needs to be a place where you can find, like-minded podcasts.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up to Anthony's, like, yeah, and I know for me, and I said this, I think I might have said this on the phone call, but I might have said it here before too. sometimes it's hard to find a good podcast, and you might accidentally listen to a bad one until like 3 episodes in, and then you realize, oh crap, these guys aren't what I thought they were. And so it's nice now if someone likes us, if they like what we do, or if they like what John. Now it's not that it's like our stamp of approval or anything, but it's something that it's at least something they might want to try out.
And there's so much possibility for interconnectedness. So one of the things that was bouncing around in my head today was the possibility of doing a special episode on Star Wars celebrations.
Yeah.
And I was thinking that John would serve as a great host, where he's the MC of the conversation, and Mike and Anthony and myself can be the folks that you ask the questions of, because you haven't been to Celebration yet, have you, John? No, and so Mike has been to a couple, Anthony's been to a couple, I've been to a couple. So you could almost be the moderator of the three amigos on the panel, talking through what their experiences, our experiences at Celebration have been like. So it gives you that chance to practice, hosting something, asking those questions as the host would. And us three knuckleheads get to share story after story of our different experiences at Star Wars Celebrations.
Right.
Or we get Marty on, who got to go to the first Celebration. That's my biggest get. I was like, man, why didn't I go to that? What was I doing that was so important back then?
Because it was what, 2006 was the first Celebration, or was it before that?
I thought it might have been before that.
Yeah, I think wasn't it? I don't know, but all I know is he went. And I was like, man, because I didn't even know him then. So, yeah. But yeah, no, that's. I mean, I do think that the camaraderie of just the podcast in general, and just I don't know, because I think sometimes the people that just like it and aren't jaded, if you're not careful, you're led to believe that everybody hates it. Like, it's almost like you have to be told it's okay that you don't hate it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, I had someone ask me either this week or last week, how can you spend so much time talking about this stuff? It's so easy, and for me, not only is it easy to talk about, but based on the way I live my life and have structured the world around me, I cannot go a single day without Star Wars in it, just because for me, Star Wars is decorations, Star Wars is clothing choices, Star Wars is in my car, Star Wars is in my vernacular. I mean, I use quotes from Star Wars, and half the time I use those quotes, folks don't even know that I'm using it. So every time I say hello there to someone, I giggle on the inside, and they have no idea that I'm expecting them to say General Kenobi in response, and they never do.
Yeah, and to take that one step further, I mean, I walk around with Star Wars literally on my body every day.
Yeah. Now, yeah, like for me, it's always been a big part of my life, but it really wasn't until, I want to say, like when I joined the 501st, I met people that it was a bigger part of their life, But I would say not until I really met Liz and Sal and Lizzie and Axel that I met people that it was a big part of just everything in their life. How they raised their kids, everything.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because for a while when our boys were younger, we would use the Star Wars movies and some of the things that happened on screen to talk about life lessons. So, that the importance of choice is such a big thing. Even so, we were at Disney World once, and one of our guys found an iPhone or an iPod, while we were waiting in line to get in. And we had a really long conversation about, what are you going to choose to do? Are you going to choose to keep this thing? Or are you going to choose to, take it up to the gate when we get there and turn it into someone in case somebody else lost it, kind of thing? So we have used different parts of Star Wars as lessons for the kids as they were growing up.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Again, that's what was neat, because that's what we did, and also like with our house, it's more rare that who starts it's who's like, if Zoe usually starts the Star Wars conversation anymore, where before it was more me, um, you know. But we had the avenue. Where's my? Oh, there we go. We had the avenue. I think what in 06 when I started building 06, I bought their Jawas, and also when I started building my TK was. It would give you an avenue. You had a little more reason to do it, So because at work, I always had Star Wars in my rooms. I used to bring my armor in once in a while, but not to the point. Like, you could only do it so much, because it was like kids didn't really care. Like, I always built my classrooms up, but once the new movies came out, man, I was like, because then the kids knew it,
Yeah. Anthony was talking about how Star Wars and sports are similar in that,
Yeah.
You can learn lessons in sports by talking about different aspects over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Or even the idea of practice.
Yeah. Yeah, sports never, being raised by your grandparents, sports were never a big thing, So, because my grandparents were much older, so I tried sports with my kids, but it didn't work out too well for them. We tried, but yeah, it's I don't know. I guess if people look at us, I guess, but with it, what Anthony says is true though too, because if you find a sports fanatic just like us, there's people that like every room in their house has a sports something in it. I think John's like a good crossover of sports and
Yep, that's me.
And it's similar in that you have some folks who take their adoration of sports to the major extremes, where they're willing to punch out a fan of another team just because they got lippy in a sports ball match.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. I don't know if I'd ever want to punch someone because of Star Wars though, but you never know.
You could get pushed.
I got a couple years left.
Well, that could be one of those things. That could be a bucket list item, Mike, to punch someone out because they said something bad about Star Wars.
Well, yeah, yeah, I don't know. It's just such a good time to be a Star Wars fan. There's so much out there for pretty much anybody. There we go. I put it here. I put our approval here.
Nice. Classic comic book approval. I love it.
No, but that's not the classic. It's the you gotta read it.
What's the updated one? But didn't they have
read what that says?
Approved by the Unifying Fandom Network Authority.
Yeah. That's us. No.
Because wasn't that on Marvel Comics for like something very, very similar?
That was on all comics up until I want to say 80s, and then DC slowly started taking it off. It was an in-house group. It was a code that kept someone else from moving in, but it also this is way off topic, but you had newsstand and you had regular comic book store editions of comic books. And if it was like, if you had a Spider-Man, like it wasn't on a couple of the issues of Spider-Man in the 70s because it dealt with drug abuse with Harry Osborn. So the comic book code, it wouldn't pass the comic book code. Like, I think it was like two issues. So those could not be put on like a pharmacy that had comic books.
Oh, wow.
And that's the same reason why the months are always off on your comic books. They date them like 3 or 4 months ahead. So like your April book might say July on the front, because in the old days, the grocery store or the pharmacy would look, this is July, and he'd tear the cover off and send it back and get, credit for it. So the months were all threw off too. But the comic book code was, but yeah, that was. I think the Marvel books, just to bring it back to start, I think they were comic book code approved. It was some weird. It was it's like TV ratings and stuff. Now
Tipper
on
Gore
new
involved?
stuff, can we talk Kenobi? Like we
A
can
little bit,
talk
sure.
Kenobi. Like anyone that's watching this, if you're watching this and you haven't watched the new Kenobi, why are you watching us? Go watch Kenobi. We'll still be here when you're done.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a promise.
So, yeah, thanks, Kevin. But no, but did you see the warning on it at the beginning?
Mhm.
Well,
And
so there was a warning on the beginning of this one, and when the first episode came out, Disney got backlash because they didn't have a warning on that one. That one came out right around the time of that incident in Texas,
Yeah,
and folks got all twisted because it didn't have a warning on it.
Yeah, I think what really hurt them was because
I Kevin.
Stranger Things had a warning before
Yeah,
the newest first half of their season. So,
and it's not to make this a social commentary, but it's really, really sad we are at that place in 2022 where those events are happening, and we have to put warning labels on television because of the potential impact it may have on somebody watching it.
Right.
Where they could turn the channel and watch a Saw movie, or they could turn the channel and watch, whatever else.
Well, it is responsibility. Like I know some people get all bent out of shape. They're like, well, when I was a kid, we watched, blah blah blah. But there is a level of responsibility, and the only bad part of it I always feel about that is it seems like the responsible parties are the ones that take the heat when they make a mistake.
Yes.
Like you said, it came out because that was a weird feeling when we went to Celebration, because the stuff that happened in Texas, it's the first. This is a terrible sentence to say. It's the first one, which there's more than one, but it's the first one that affected me because, like, that's my job. Like, that's what I do for a living, and that could happen to me.
Well, what about Sandy Hook though? Did that affect?
Well, that
the same
did,
way?
but this one, I think what happened for me for this one was we're told with all this, hey, you do this, this, and this, but you don't have to worry because help will be there in minutes. You just gotta protect this or do this, and it's the first time where that didn't happen. Like the people did everything right, and it still, like didn't go as planned. And I understand there's a million pieces and all that because I have to live it every time we do those drills. But the weird feeling to me was I had all these feelings, but then I was going to Celebration.
Yeah.
And so there was that weird thing on the plane where it was almost like as we were getting closer to California, I just had to let that, like, which I had the privilege of being able to do that because I wasn't one of the victims, so I'm not, I know my place, but I feel for all those victims, and I also feel for the people that try to protect people with all these warnings. And when I saw that warning today, I was like, oh, I wonder what's going to happen, because when the episode that Vader was walking down the street, they didn't have a warning for that one, and I was
yeah.
Which honestly, my biggest worry for this whole series was I was worried they were going to diminish Vader. I was worried because you can't have Vader show up on every show and not win, or he just becomes the cartoonish guy with the mustache tying someone to the train.
And it also comes down to how you describe winning, really.
Yeah.
So if he catches them, is that a win? Or it's And I think they've done a very delicate job of that, of still making him imposing and frightening, like he was in the original back in the, because back then, it was new.
Oh yeah.
It was, so part of the fear, I think, that came from his character was the fact that there was no other character like that. There was no other character with that kind of presence, and the presence grew beyond the screen. I mean, when they were, from what I remember, when they were getting ready to add some gargoyles to the National Cathedral in Washington D.C., they polled children, asking them what the scariest things were, and one of them was Darth Vader. So on the National Cathedral, there is actually a gargoyle of Darth Vader's helmet.
Oh, nice.
So he is actually on the National Cathedral in Washington D.C.
Oh, that's cool.
So, and it's, I mean, if I think if you put a picture of Darth Vader next to Gandhi, or next to some famous sports character, I think Darth Vader is going to be the most recognized.
Oh, probably.
Even if you've never watched a Star Wars movie, you can. I mean, he's been in Volkswagen commercials, and he's been on toothpaste and all this kind of stuff. So even if you don't watch the movies or know the story, you can recognize that scary mask.
Did he make the Burger King commercials, or was that just C-3PO?
I don't remember. He may have been in them at some point. And I'm sure if we did a quick YouTube search of Burger King commercials, we'd see Darth Vader in one.
Well, and that's this last episode. I don't think, I know you guys were saying about the budget. I heard when I was setting up my stuff. Oh, here's why. My mic is turned all the way up. I wondered why I'm picking up like the water running upstairs. There we go.
I thought you just had a water feature over in the corner.
That's what it sounded. No, I mean, like I was like, where is that coming from? No, but so where I because I know, like, for me at first when I saw Coruscant, I was like, that seems a little low rent, But then it made me think back of Boba Fett's flashbacks, and it seems like the special effects on a lot of the flashbacks were purposefully not as good.
Yeah, I think it might have been just to show that difference between flashback and, current state.
Yeah.
See, my big thing about that, though, since we're getting into spoiler territory here, there's something about Hayden Christensen at 40 years old trying to play a 19-year-old that was very off-putting.
Yeah.
So it kind of took me out of it for a minute, where I'm like, oh, he has aged significantly.
Well, I do think it did. I think it did make his age stand out more than when you just see pictures of it. But I also wonder, like, with all this de-aging technology, is it changing what actors will let them do?
True.
Or is it changing what we expect them to do?
That's true too.
Because
if this was done like 10 years ago, we would have been, hey, cool, he's back. Yeah,
because there's some movies where you watch them and you're like, wait a minute, like that timeline doesn't match up, and how come he looks different in there than he does in real life or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was I mean, I understand the point of that because it kind of went with what they were doing, but I was actually expecting more of like a battlefield memory.
Yeah. I'm happy with what we got, though. And there's still another episode. There's room for more.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, first off, Bail Organa should be fired. He's like a chatty Cathy on that little, you know what I mean? Like, like he would leave his passwords and everything on your answering machine. Like if this was he would call.
Or on a Post-it note.
He would leave everything, on a post-it note on your door. He put his social security, he just spilled it all out on his space pager. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing is Obi-Wan knew what was on the comm link. Why would he give that to Haja?
Yeah, I know. Well, maybe because he didn't want it to be captured, though.
True.
Because if they would have searched him,
I maybe would have given it to Leia first.
Yeah, I honestly, I'm like paranoid about, the last day of school, I had to change some settings from a teacher, and they had to send me they'd call me with their password. I put 3 Post-it notes down. I wrote a part of their password on each of the 3 Post-it notes, did what I had to do. Then I ripped all the Post-it notes up. I'm so I don't like things sitting around with important information on them,
Right.
See, I'm very, very curious how they're going to connect this to what we know without Vader going to Tatooine, without Vader finding out that Leia is the Princess of Alderaan, because that hasn't come up in conversation yet. Reva hasn't said that to anybody,
Well, I think to most people, she's still just that pawn. Like no one. I don't think until now. But yeah, I don't know how they're going to do that with Vader. Or did she live? Is she going to make it? Is she going to survive?
Oh, she has to. There's still another episode.
But then does that make her sacrifice? Because she kind of not on purpose, but she kind of saved him.
Well, and I think Vader mentioned it himself. Obi-Wan was wise to use you.
Mm-hmm.
And even that phrasing of that, kind of has the potential to set her off, because I don't think that's what Obi-Wan was doing. I don't think he was taking advantage of a situation.
Right.
However, that's the way it was framed from Vader to her.
Because they still, other than her, they still don't realize that Obi-Wan was from Tatooine.
Right.
Because he just appeared on whatever that other planet was and saved her. They don't know where he came from. Right?
Right. However, I think Reva is going to piece that together, and it's going to be interesting how they dance the line of canon here.
Yeah. Well, I still think if she doesn't die, she'll get a redemption arc of some sort.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic because they've been playing with fire all season when it comes to the canon.
Mm-hmm. Well, Pablo said,
right, they would never do anything to break canon. So,
well, and what is nice is, Darth Vader's failing because Obi-Wan's outsmarting him, so that makes that line in New Hope a little, now that he's the master. You know what I mean? So. When he tore that ship apart, though, I was like, "Oh crap!" Yeah, I didn't know I thought it was going to end with him entering the ship.
Right. See, my biggest complaint about that is that was a perfect way for Vader to make an entrance. Have him totally, just wreck everything apart. It's the scene from The Last Jedi when Luke just brushes off his shoulder. However, why did he just stand there and watch the other ship leave? I think
his anger, he's always been, his anger focuses him to a certain point, and then it also weakens him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, is it one of those? Is it you need to recharge the Force? When Grogu does the magic hand things and heals someone, and he has to take a nap for 2 days.
But I also think when he fails. When Obi-Wan beat him in the flashback, once he realized he didn't beat Obi-Wan, even though Obi-Wan didn't have a lightsaber, he'd already lost. And I think when he got tricked to pulling down the wrong ship. Like he doesn't handle loss well, you know. Like he becomes the Padawan again for a little bit, if that makes sense.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my way of explaining it. I don't know, you know. There's all. I mean, you could every turning point in Star Wars. You're like, how did that? Like when Han and Luke went down the trash dump, like why didn't another stormtrooper just follow him down? You know, like you can always. If we overthink Star Wars, we miss the point, I think.
Yeah.
And I think the point with that was to show Vader, and I think Obi-Wan bested him, and I think every time Obi-Wan bests him, he fails. You know, like Obi-Wan beat him in Revenge of the Sith when he said he had the high ground and all that, because he was basically egging him on, and he took him off of his game. You know, Obi-Wan could have been switched, and Obi-Wan could have said, "Look, I got you beat. I got the low ground." It would have happened the same way. Because once he thinks he's bested by someone that he thinks he's really beating, that's where he kind of falls apart.
Well, yeah, and especially you mentioned that he has the strength to hold a ship in the air.
Yeah.
So going back to that idea that Obi-Wan has the high ground, okay, I'll pull you to me.
Yeah.
I can pull your scrawny ass off the mountain and, you know, spear you with my light stick as you come flying towards me.
Yep. Well, and
Doesn't matter how high you are.
You watch some of the things he did with the Clone Wars, you know, and where he saved pretty much everybody at one point in time. But a lot of times when things didn't go his way, it was when either he thought he was beat or he got sidetracked worrying about someone else. So in some ways, his attachment and his pride was both his strength and his weakness on almost every time.
Yeah, and what was Obi-Wan's thing? Like his attention on winning, is that what the focus on winning is what caused him to lose or something along those lines?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it's like if you play chess, if there's certain people, once you take their queen, it doesn't matter what pieces they have left, they're going to lose. You know? And if you let certain people take your queen, they think they already won and you can beat them as well. You know, you just have to learn how to play chess with what pieces you're given, you know, not, you know. Now I get upset when I lose my queen, but I can still win.
I don't play chess.
I just flipped the table.
Well, before there was Star Wars, the other thing that got me made fun of when I was a little kid was I started playing chess when I was in second grade. So, you know, it wasn't a. Yeah, I wish nerd was what they called me.
I'll be right back. I can go get a drink.
So, but yeah, I can't believe we have only one episode left.
I know. It feels like it's gone by so fast.
And then, because we had the double episode the first week, and then we went right into the third. We had 3 weeks of episodes in less than a week,
right?
In like 4 days, you know. So then I saw that movie thing that I sent you guys. Like, so if you live in Canada and parts of England, Cineplex is having a 5-hour Obi-Wan Kenobi marathon with Q&A afterwards.
Yeah, I'm incredibly. I wish I could make it. I wish it was somewhere around here.
I think Niagara Falls was the closest one I saw.
Oh boy.
So that's a hard drive for me too. That's like right through the most boring part of Pennsylvania and New York to get to Niagara Falls. Yeah, Ken, you want to go to Niagara Falls and watch the Obi-Wan Kenobi?
On the American side or the Canadian side?
I think it's Canadian side.
Oh, I don't have a passport.
I don't either. Well, Ken, we're gonna have to get it for April.
Yeah, actually, I think I got us the paperwork. And she told me.
Yeah, I think I just have to renew mine.
So the weird thing for me is, so I grew up in upstate New York. So I grew up in a town called Fulton, which is not too far from Lake Ontario, which was maybe a 3.5-hour drive to Niagara Falls, Buffalo area. And in college, I went to school in a town called Alfred, which was 3.5 hours a different direction from Niagara Falls. And we would cross the Canadian border because the drinking age in Canada is 18 and the drinking age in the U.S. is 21. So we would go into Canada on a Friday night or whatever, and go to net dance clubs and all that kind of stuff, and stay overnight there. And that's when all you needed was a license. But
Yeah.
now you have to have a passport to get.
Yeah, I
to
think
Canada
was it
back.
9/11 they made you have to have a passport after that.
Yeah, I
'Cause
think
we
so.
we went to Canada a bunch of times, and you just drive in, wave, and just because the Canadian side of Niagara Falls is way nicer than the American side.
Well, that's the side that they filmed Superman on.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, yeah, no, we were just saying that all those showings are in England and Canada. I was looking.
Well, yeah, 'cause
Now-
I think
Were they going to play them all in the theater?
Yeah, it's Cineplex or whatever, which I don't think we have
Okay.
any around here. But I think it's like when you go to those, like sometimes some of those movie theaters have like a live like a business retreat, and you all listen to the same speaker.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? I think it's kind of like one of those jobs. But so then I just moved on and got my Thor tickets for Thor. And,
Did you find the place with the Thor hammer bucket or
the
whatever?
AMC has it down near Baltimore, which is hour and 20-minute drive. But I just because the girls they're gonna as soon as they're done work, they're gonna come and then we'll go. So I just didn't want to have I'd rather not be late for the movie and not have the bucket. And I don't need one more thing to find a spot for.
Yeah, I'm looking behind you. I'm trying to figure out which shelf it will go on.
Yeah, so I don't.
Or do you have a Thor room that we don't know about?
No, but yeah, that's my. But I was hoping for the Kenobi one just because me and Zoe were talking about renting a theater again. But I was like, I don't think we could rent a theater with everybody like coming up for the armor party and then this and that. I said I just don't know if it would be a good time to rent a theater. But now that I'm saying it out loud, I was like, shit, we should have rented it for Saturday night. What was I thinking?
Well, that's when we should plan a weekend long fiesta.
Yeah.
So that we know ahead of time, so we get folks at a campground, or we plan this night at the arcade or the theater or whatever.
Well, we got Matt is looking. He sent some dates out to me and Marty for some stuff, do some pickup shots. So I don't know if he's doing any more outdoor shots, but he needs some cockpit shots of more cockpit shots of Chewie. So, and again, somehow I always get attached in all of these, so I'm like the. I better get producer credit. That's all I know. I don't even know what a producer is, but I want producer credit.
Well, if you're going to go in for producer, might as well go in for executive producer.
Yeah, I want executive producer.
right.
I want him just to use my name, so I can.
Well, what you need is when you get on set, to start wearing a tie, so you look like an executive.
There you go.
Boss people around.
Well, I'm
And
just.
I'd be the easiest one to boss around because I have no idea what I'm doing.
Well,
over there, boom, boom.
Zoe goes to LA August 20th,
Oh wow.
and she'll be like a couple blocks from Matt Martin and Steele and all those guys. So I'm hoping that maybe they'll hook her up with a extra spot next time they have an open call for extras in one of the. Plus, Sal knows the alley where they shot a bunch of those outdoor shots for The Mandalorian. So I'm hoping he'll take her there.
Hey, I'll fly to California. If she can take a +1.
You don't need a passport for Los Angeles.
No. Well, it is weird buying tickets for one way. Because I had the sad realization this morning that this is the last Star Wars television show that Zoe and I will get up early in the morning and watch together.
Not true. You could do it this way.
No, I know, but I'm saying like just our routine of just piling on the couch and it's a sad day.
Well, you
I
still
didn't know
got
that.
7 more days from now.
Yeah, I got one more episode. And we got because she'll be out there for Andor.
Yeah. Who knows? She
She
might be
bring
home
in
for
one of her
Ahsoka.
Sabine kits with her.
Huh?
Go ahead, John.
I was going to say she might be home for Ahsoka.
Well, that would be a positive and a negative. If she's home, that means she doesn't have a job.
Well, yeah, silver lining. Hey,
Yeah, so we're
she'll be
loaded.
home.
Yeah.
Or she could be home for the weekend because she got a high-paying job that allows her to
Well,
crisscross the
yeah.
country because
That's
that's how she rolls.
That's always good. Well, no, because that's when I was talking to Sal at Celebration, because Lizzie went to culinary school, and then she's not coming home. Like, she'll graduate, and she's probably going to have a job at one of the Disney resorts in Florida.
Oh, that would be so
You know?
nice.
So, and he was just saying that. I was like, oh, man, don't tell me that. You know?
No, tell us that because then we can go.
Well, she interned at Epcot. She did her internship at Epcot. So.
Which restaurant was she at? Or was she at like the like one of the bakeries or something?
No, I forget which one now. I'll have to find out. But because she goes to the Culinary Institute, which is where like all the bigwig chefs go. So like any of the Food Network ones, like Richard Blaze and all those people. I don't even know chefs, but I know his name. Like they go to the CIA.
See, that guy sounds either like a porn star or a comic book character.
Now he started out as a one of those ones that uses chemicals and stuff and cooks.
Oh, like a science guy?
No, yeah, but I forget what it's called. It's like a microgastronomy. I don't know. They cook with like liquid nitrogen and do all kinds of weird stuff, you know.
Like
Nerdy
Pepsi's
cooks.
doing?
Huh?
What Pepsi's doing?
Well, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, no, I'm excited for Zoe. I mean, she's still working on getting internships, so but hopefully she
Well,
gets
if you're going to be in a place where those kind of internships are available, that's the place to be.
Yeah, well, Lucasfilm has a Burbank office, so technically she has I don't. It's all LA to me, but according to Sal, that's like the Burbank area where she's living. So, and her roommate's a writer, so which is kind of good. Because if you watch the Star Wars behind the scenes and you see some of these people, like the guy who does the music, he was the roommate to the Black Panther. You know what I mean? Like it comes down to, you know. And then Anthony's niece is out there, and so Zoe and her, I think they exchanged information and stuff. I was telling Zoe she should get his niece on as like a podcaster with her, but we'll see.
Or even just to be in that environment, to be able to, you know, go down this street where they filmed this movie and, you know, bump into this person over there who's, I mean, it's not like, you know, southwestern or southeastern Pennsylvania. Or,
I can take you where they film Witness.
I'm sure you can.
And it's, you know what town, you know the name of the town it was filmed in?
Blue Ball?
Intercourse.
Intercourse. I knew it was close.
Blue Ball's right down the street. Paradise is on the other side, and then Virginville is up north. That's all towns in Pennsylvania.
Stop it. You're kidding.
Next to Burdenham.
Yeah, because a bird in the hand's worth two in the bush or something like that.
Yep. Yeah, we got some weird names, man.
Whoever named these cities in Pennsylvania was a perv.
Well, no, and it's funny because Intercourse's original name was Cross Keys. Someone actually changed it to Intercourse, a while ago, but, you know, it wasn't like it was Intercourse in the 1700s. You know, it was good times.
We have a strip mall around the corner called the Intercourse Strip Mall because there's a BJ's, a Dick's, and an Old Navy. So the locals call it the Intercourse Strip Mall.
Oh man, I think that's the most off topic we ever got.
And probably the most adult. We're probably going to get
we'll get a
PG-13 rating to it.
Yeah, well, that could be a good or a bad thing. You know, we're down to 0 listeners. Anthony's stripping away the network. We're losing our network credentials. We'll be on probation.
That's it, guys. You're flagged.
So I was thinking of Vader. Okay, because I'm working on this costume, and I was thinking of Vader, and I'm not going to chop my arms off or anything, but I was thinking of Vader, and I was wondering, like,
I'll be right back.
when George Lucas thought of midichlorians and all that kind of stuff, which I know people didn't like. Is Vader weaker because he has less body mass?
I actually think that's canon.
Oh, really?
I believe so. Because that's why the Emperor, that's why he was never able to best the Emperor, was because he was weakened after he got his limbs cut off and he was burned alive.
Okay. I always thought he was. I always heard that his suit and stuff was made to be painful, so he was always in a constant state of like anger and stuff.
Yeah, I think that makes sense too. I don't know. I guess I take a lot of stuff at face value. I don't.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about that because I was just thinking of Vader. Like the one thing that has struck me with Vader 2 was the when they put the chest box in, it actually plugged in.
Yeah, I never knew that.
No, I never pictured that happening either. You know. Yeah, Ark jumped in with this pain thing.
Well, if you think about Vader compared to, was it Darth Bane, the guy who had all of the, almost like I could think of like insects or whatever that covered his skin, that constantly caused him pain, and he used the Force to keep them away, but not to the point that they came off.
Yeah. Yeah, I seeing Vader, like I was happy to see Vader. I was trying to look at his neck chain, which I got to rewatch it again because Marty and I were talking about the different neck chains that Vader has. Because Marty's like, you really got to look at those CRLs before you start your costume, because he said make sure you know what your helmet is and stuff like that. And so I was looking and trying to think of which Vader that they used. And then I just got to thinking of like the plug in the stomach and all that kind of stuff.
Well, it had to be around the New Hope Vader, wouldn't it?
That's what I'm thinking. But a lot of times, see, that's I guess that's as a costuming person, they get a little loose with the costumes, like because there was some differences in Rogue One. And literally, you see him in New Hope like 15 minutes later. You know what I mean? So, like, did he change? Yeah, because they have a Rogue One. Yeah, I'm looking at ESB. It's the helmet, I think, that's mine.
I think it's so funny sometimes that I'll go and I'll look at a CRL, and they're either, I've never seen something so incredibly detailed while still not giving you a very clear vision of what you need.
Well, the CRL, so this is the costuming part of our show. I think part of the problem with the CRLs is they're not, a lot of times they're not written by a technical writer. They're written by a costume person. And
Right.
if you haven't been trained to write technical writing or something like that, or you haven't been trained to like teach people things, you assume too much, and you're like, oh, well, look, I'll just put this picture and I'll say these words that everyone knows and no one knows them. Like I'm looking at the Vader now, and the two pictures they have of his helmet, he's facing left and right. So you don't get a straight on view of the face mask. So if I was writing a CRL, that would be the one thing I would put. Is a straight-on shot of his helmet.
And what does CRL stand for? What is that abbreviation?
Costuming Reference Library. Mm-hmm. And they're beautiful. Like any Star Wars fan, I would highly recommend just going, even if you're not a costuming person, just look at the CRLs because they are beautiful. Like I mean, people take painstaking effort to make them as much as possible. I don't.
So that doesn't sound like it makes sense then in a sentence.
I know. But it's so if you're not making the costume, if you just want to see some cool costumes and see and see all the differences, like some people they're never going to make a Darth Vader costume. But if you want to see all the differences in a Vader costume, then you go to CRL. Like I'm looking here at Vader. There's a New Hope, a Empire Strikes Back. There's a Rebels, Rogue One, Return of the Jedi, and Revenge of the Sith. Right? That's all the costume that technically is supposed to be the same. The only reason they're different is just they made movies at different times, and no one, when Empire Strikes Back was made, he never thought, well, someone's going to freeze frame this and see what's different between Vader now and the Vader in 1976 when we filmed it. You know. But, you know, like I said, if you look at, like, I'm just signing some details here, you know, like if you want the highest, the outside of the cape should be constructed with either 4 or 6 panels. If you wanted the highest for an Empire Strikes, you have to have 4 or 6 panels of wool in your cape. So I'll never get to be the highest Vader because I won't use wool because it comes from an animal, you know. So I'll have to go with synthetic wool.
What if the sheep gave us wool willingly?
Well, I've used leather, like I've used bought used stuff and stuff. I'm not really that. I try not to be that picky about that stuff. But if I have to actually go out and buy like I'll go buy leather belts at like Goodwill and use them or stuff like that. But if I have to go buy new material, I most of the time try to not use animal stuff.
Gotcha.
But
so what's the one CRL that you think is the weirdest of all of them?
Well, it used to be Boba Fett.
You thought that was the weirdest one?
Well, because Boba Fett, they never. If you've ever seen Boba Fett's, it used to be the hardest one to make, and people would screw it up the most because they'd always get that jumpsuit the wrong color. Like you would have someone who spent years building this Boba Fett, and it probably looked perfect in their house, and then they come and you're like, oh, that thing looks like neon blue, you know, or something. I mean, but even like I'm just trying to think. Some of the clone stuff is crazy, like just the different clones. Because the clones, if you look at the pictures, especially the animated clones, there's no one thin enough to really look like a real clone. So you kind of have to remember, oh, this has to fit a human being, you know.
Yeah, I figured you'd have gone to one of the aliens like Bosk or something like that as one of the weirdest CRLs.
No, there's some good Bosks though, man. At Celebration, Bosk is always the one where people get the proportions wrong. Like the head's always too big, and the ones I saw at Celebration, they just look so good.
I don't know. I'm looking at the one that's pretty odd.
Which one?
Black Sun Darth Maul.
Oh, is that Sith Lord? Is that in the Sith Lords?
Yeah.
SL?
Yep.
Oh, you need to put that up on the screen so we can see that bad boy.
All right, let me get it. Sith Lord. Dark. I don't even see Darks. Oh, would that be Darth Maul? Why don't I see Darth Maul on here? That's a Sith Lord?
Yeah, it's in the SL section. So if you're at the very top where it's Dark Side of Death, it's not going to be there.
No, I'm at Flagship Eclipse, and I don't even see Darth Maul in here. Sith Lord. I see. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I see it. All right. Yeah, let me put this on the screen. See if I can remember how to do this. This one? Right here?
Yeah, that's some dedication.
Here, let me. Well, like we had a Darth Maul before. And the thing with that is like a lot of those guys will do vacuum form patterns. Like they'll vacuum form their face and then they'll draw the pattern on. Someone will draw the pattern on and then they'll poke like dotted lines on them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is some dedication. I'd have to buy me just get a shirt made.
Oh, you can't. It has to be paint. If you read the CRL.
Yeah. Oh man, look at that.
And it even goes so far as to say, have a matte finish.
Who's Matt and why do we want him to finish it? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, there's some, that okay. I think you got the you win. I am glad that they made the eyes optional because I always hate to see people like mess their eyes up because they bought cheaper contacts and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't do contacts.
Like I said, Zoe bought brown contacts just to wear when she does Sabine.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
She just started wearing like prescription contacts this year, and so the first thing she bought was brown contacts. So because it always bothered her, she had blue eyes when she did Sabine.
Huh. That's
a little more dedicated than I am.
Yeah. No, I'm good on that.
But like I'm looking, they have a whole bunch of Star Killer ones.
I saw a Star Killer costume once where the person had like a little smoke machine.
Oh yeah,
that pumped fog out of his
That's
costume.
Funny. See, that was one of those games that I liked when I played it, but after the fact, I was just like, I was more surprised that kind of hung around. We had a bunch of guys in the 501st that did Star Killer, and I was just surprised that it just surprises me what people what they like. Looking at the Scout Troopers, man, they got the Scout Trooper from the Mandalorian now.
With the upside down knees?
Wait a minute, they have the Scout Trooper from Galaxy's Edge? Oh,
Huh.
that's a terrible. Oh, here.
They've also got the Scout Trooper from Fallen Order.
Well, he had Electroprod, didn't he?
Yeah, yep. There's the Mountain Trooper. Let's see. I liked this one. I think we have one guy in our garrison that did that.
Does he have a speeder that he gets to ride around?
No, there's the Mandalorian. Is his knees on upside down?
I thought there was. Check that one versus the regular one. I thought that the one had their knees were different.
Yep. Yeah, those are upside down.
Yeah, that's funny. And well, all I noticed because I helped this right here. This is a no-no when you're a scout. You can't have that black line between your armor and your diaper. Because I remember when we were helping Quinn, we had to make sure that stayed. We trooped with a really good scout this past weekend. I don't know if you guys saw any. Oops, I don't know if you guys saw any of the pictures, but I
haven't looked yet.
That was a good scout. It was a girl. I think she was like a Army reservist, and her suit was just like spot on, perfect. And we had a custom Mando, and then we had we had a guy doing Mandalorian too. He was a big guy. He should have done like a Vader.
Yeah, I was thinking he's a massive guy to be doing Mando.
I think he does a Vader as well, because I think I've trooped with him as Vader. A lot of the Delaware and Maryland people I don't recognize unless they're in their costume. Trey, Trey is, I think he might be the CO of Delaware. For the longest time, he was Safi's favorite stormtrooper, even when I was a stormtrooper. But because he's probably been in since like 05. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Like I looked at the costumes, like that new black. I don't know what that trooper is. Is that like a Sith trooper?
In Obi-Wan?
Yeah.
That's a Purge trooper.
Purge phase 2 Purge trooper.
Yeah, because the phase 1 was from Fallen Order, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I liked him.
Do either of you guys have the plans for the compass, the wayfinder that Luke Skywalker used to get the Octo?
No, but they probably make those somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they probably make that somewhere. I'll have to search for Yegi. I'm like right now, so my IG-11, he's printed everything but his arms and head. I'm just waiting to get all the stuff for the armor party done. And then I think my next big print is going. I have to finish some stuff for Zoe, little stuff. But my next big print, I think I'm going to do a Michael Badley chopper. And his files come. They need almost no support, and they snap together. And they have this. They're already built. They have the locations built to put your motors and everything.
Wow, that's cool.
So, I just want to get a droid. I want to, I want to be a full droid builder, not just a droid builder that shoves, your kid inside the droid.
So I've got a 501st question now that we're on it. So I was thinking about it because I was thumbing through the Ohio Garrison roster.
Yep.
Is there a limit on, like, okay, if you've got, like, say you've got a Vader, you can't have two Vaders.
Right.
Okay.
It depends on the event. So, and it's up to the garrison. Like most garrisons, like if we have an event, like if we get asked to like a comic book convention or something, you can have as many Vaders rolling around as you want. But if you go to like a charity event and say they want you there, then usually it's like first come, first serve. Or in the past, I've seen guys like, we'll have two Vaders, and one guy will be like, okay, I'll do it for the first hour, and you do it for the second hour. I mean, but that's what, like when I started, a lot of the people told people, look, if you're going to build your costume and be upset that you're going to get bumped, then double think of the costume, beforehand. Because like Boba Fett's, like there's, Boba Fett's a big commitment, and if you build a big commitment, you spend all that money on a Boba Fett, and then you can't go to some events because there's 3 other Boba Fetts, then people get a little testy.
Well, the other thing with that, though, I mean, you could always go to those events. You just don't always get to go to those events, as part of the troop. You don't necessarily get the benefit, so because that's what I think sometimes get when it comes to Mandalorians in general, they get all twisted when we tell them that their idea isn't approvable. So they want to do a mashup of My Little Pony and Mandalorian, and you can make that, you can build that, and you can go to an event and wear that, but you won't necessarily get approved to be in the group with that costume.
Right.
And so I think they sometimes get that all mixed up a little bit.
And the groups aren't the end all be all. I mean, I still think the group has done much good for me more than bad. And I like being in the group. But yeah, like you said, and like when we do conventions, you can do, like you said, you can go. The only time it really restricts people is if someone asks for something, like if certain people say, hey, we would like this, and this, and they could limit that. And we've had like 2 Chewbaccas at places, and they've said, well, look, can this like at a ball game, they're like, okay, this Chewbacca go on this side, and this Chewbacca go on that side, and then everyone gets to enjoy Chewbacca.
Yep. Or an LFL event, like a Lucasfilm event.
Yeah.
Then you don't want to have 3 different Vaders at the one thing.
Right. And Lucasfilm's a little picky. Like I never got to be able to be a stormtrooper on Lucasfilm because I was too fat. Like you have to be this body weight, and you need to send us pictures, of you and your armor. And
you got body shamed by the mouse?
I did. But I understand it, because if you want a Vader, like the big thing, it wasn't as bad for the stormtroopers, because when they needed a lot of stormtroopers, they don't care. They'll just stick us in the back. But like with Vader, when I get my Vader done, I'll never be able to do an LFL event, because you have to, most of the time they're Vaders, you have to be 6'3", barefoot to be a Vader for that. No matter how nice your costume is, no matter how, that's just what they want, which I understand. I'm mainly doing Vader because we're short on Vader a lot. Like I get sad that I don't see Vader more, and Vader is way easier to wear than a TK. It really is. Other than stepping on my cape, and I think when I get my pictures taken, so I think I said this before, so hopefully no one's going to approve me as listening. I'm just kneeling down a little bit to make sure it looks like my cape is touching the ground. But I'm going to make sure that thing's like 2 inches off the ground in the back, because I kept stepping on that thing.
Mm-hmm. Now, what all left do you have to do?
So Marty thinks he has the underrobe. He has an extra. See, he had a ruby suit that he bought years ago. I mean, we're talking like 20 years ago. And so he has bits and pieces of it. He keeps finding. So I got the undersuit from him for that, because most people don't like the Ruby's undersuit because it's one piece. It's like a big onesie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really care. I'm used to wearing a TK. So the only things that I don't physically have right now is the cape, and all the boxes. And I think what I'm going to do is I'll just print them. The chest box, I'll probably, I just got to, that's where Marty was saying, I got to make sure I'm doing the right one, because all the chest boxes are different. And I'm probably going to try to find a 3D file, print it, clean it up perfectly, like, and then I'm going to mold it, and then mold one in onyx, which is this really hard filament or really hard resin that you can polish like metal. And then I'll polish it and paint it, and then put all my electronics in it. Because the voice, I have the voice box that I wear right here under the chest piece, but it pushes that chest piece down a little. So I think what I'm going to do is move the speakers to that and the breathing apparatus into the chest box, just make it one piece. Put it on, flip a switch. Good to go.
I think it would be funny if somebody made a Vader's chest box that could hold like an iPhone, and you could go up and pick the song right from it.
We had a Vader that had where you push a button and it would like flush a toilet, stuff like that.
Oh,
yeah.
Go gadget legs.
Yeah. Well, and if I remember correctly, the old canon of Vader, the sound, his voice was supposed to come out of the belt.
The belt. Yeah, I thought that was supposed to be the speaker.
Yeah,
I thought
so. I could do all that. The voice, Missy. This is where I love my wife, because, I mean, I love her for other things, but it's funny when I do costumes. As much as she says it's not really her thing, she's like, "Now you're going to make sure you get the voice box right," like, because she hates. As much as she doesn't act it, she hates people that just half-ass it. You know what I mean? Like, because we've had people that just have a recording of Vader saying things, and she's like, "Why would you spend all that money on that costume and then wimp out on the last couple things?" You know what I mean? So there's a voice changer that'll change, give you that James Earl Jones voice.
So you're married to a costume snob? Is that what you're saying?
I think I am. I'm telling you, when we first started trooping, I'd be dressing the kids that be Jawas, and she was like overachiever squire, like she helped everyone out, because when we first started doing it, I don't know if we were trying to overcompensate because the kids were there, but we wanted to make sure, like, no one said, "Well, don't let them come because they got the bratty kids," because I've seen bratty kids ruin an event. And at the time, no one was really allowed to bring their kids. Like, my kids were kind of like the test for it. And I'd look over, and Missy's reached up in some Vader or adjusting a cod piece or zipping some. You know what I mean? She's always fixing people's stuff. So it's just part of the.
I see her wearing like a fanny pack that has duct tape around it and a sewing kit and extra batteries.
Well, we did the mummers, and so my wife is like super shy. She's even Marty. She's probably only had over 10, 15 years had one or two conversations. You know what I mean? She's just a quiet person. That's just her personality. But when we did the mummers parade, right, national television or local television, Philadelphia area. She's the only one you can tell who it is, because she was walking along the Jawas in street clothes, making sure they're okay. She's like, "Yeah, I'm the only one on TV that anyone knows who it is." So
that's pretty funny.
That was when I first bought my Scion. It was like I only had it for maybe not even a year, and so I bought logos, Imperial logos all over it. It was like the pace car. I put speakers on that played music, and we did the mummers parade. And this guy, it was so cold out, and we had to be there. We had to be there like 8 o'clock in the morning. And we had to wait till 11 till we could move. But it was like 15 degrees out. And it was like 19 mile an hour wind. We had ice all over our armor. And the one trooper, he tripped and twisted his ankle, so he said. So he had to ride in my car in the passenger seat with all the nice heat. But he spilled his coffee all down the door of my car. I was like, "Come on." So, but that was the second mummers parade we did. Was the first time I saw Marty's Chewie. I have to find that picture of him. Like, That was I never even thought someone could do a Chewie, and I was like, holy crap! Because I had met the first time I met Marty, he was Vader. Our first troop together, he was Vader at the Toys R Us release of the Clone Wars toys for the Clone Wars movie.
Hmm.
And I was like, man, that Vader. I was like, you tall guys getting all the fun. And then when he shoots down, he's like a half-inch taller than me. I'm like, oh, you know.
Well, there's still hope for the rest of us.
Yes. Well, his Chewie, like Mark has a nice Chewie who I trooped with in Delaware, but Marty, because Marty uses stilts and Marty practices with the stilts, Mark had a different gait. Like Marty can walk and practically run his Chewie and picks up kids and all kinds of stuff, you know. So
Who's coming to the Tuscan build?
Marty's coming. I got a list of people. I got people. I think Quinn's coming. Probably a couple of the guys from before. There's a few people coming that aren't even really costumers or barely. They're just like, hey, can we just come? And then there's a couple of people coming just to help build. Andy Wolf's coming. He's like, I don't need a Tuscan, but I'll just come help people build. So
I saw that Sean was on the list.
Yeah. Sean's coming.
And you know
then
my history with Sean, right?
Huh?
Do you know my history with Sean?
Yeah. Did you guys go to school together or something like that?
So Sean Bradley and I went to the same college out in the middle of, southwestern New York. This town had one stoplight in the whole town. That's the kind of town it was. It was Alfred, New York, and that's where I met Sean. So I think it's great, and he's a huge costumer when it comes to Halo.
Yeah.
Like
his Halo stuff is remarkable. Well, were you at the my time when he was here last time?
No, that became the Armor Party of Legend, and that's why I want to come to this one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because he made.
Yeah, you're gonna enjoy hanging out with Sean, John.
Well, I can tell from the one conversation I had with him. I can already tell.
Yeah, he's a super nice guy.
This is one of his.
Oh.
So he was running because I didn't know him. I met him through a friend, and they're like, "Hey, can this guy Sean?" I was like, "Yeah, I don't care." And he said he makes molds and stuff. Like I make molds, but I'm like trailer trash making molds compared to him. And he was running like a little like a mold clinic, and doing that all day. And then as a thank you for coming to my house, he gave me that helmet. So I was like, "Oh, thank you." But yeah, he's such a nice guy. He does a really awesome Obi-Wan, and then he does
Old Luke.
No, yeah, that's what it was. He doesn't do Obi-Wan. He does Old Luke. But his Halo stuff is. I'm not even a big Halo guy, and his Halo stuff is remarkable.
Yeah, he's been invited to do Bungie events.
Yeah,
because of his Halo costumes.
Yeah, because he went out to the premiere. Yeah,
for the show.
Yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah, he's coming.
It'll be funny because this is, let's see, we graduated. This will be our 20th. Yeah, our 20th high school, our 20th college reunion. We graduated from college in 1997.
Nice.
No, not 20th. My math is wrong. I'm stupid. I apologize. 25th.
25th, because I graduated 2002 from college. Now, I went back when I was much older, so if you're doing the math, Ken, I'm still older than you.
I'm like, wait a minute.
No, because on our Millersville newsletter, it says Missy Hinton, class of 91, Mike Hinton, class of 2002. So it looks like she married like some young guy.
Cougar.
I went for the 10-year plan with the little ins and outs. So and my 30th wedding anniversary is next summer.
Oh, okay.
And so I told my wife, like, hey, because she wanted to do. I'm terrible at thinking about stuff like that. I'm like, but she wanted to do something nice, so I gave her a list. I said, hey, how about this place? And we landed on Disney. That's where she wants.
Disney World or Disneyland?
Florida.
Okay.
Which one's that?
Disney World.
Disney World.
Yeah.
Star Wars land.
Well, both of them. They both Disneyland. Yeah. So there's, and what's funny is they call it Batu West and Batu East.
Yeah.
Well, the cool thing about Disney World is there's a lot of great stuff there for just adults.
Yeah.
I mean, Heather and I got engaged at Disney World. We got married at Disney World. We had our honeymoon at Disney World.
Well,
Do you like Disney World?
It's okay. I mean, if we have to go there again this fall, we will. I mean, just saying.
Well, so my story with Disney was, I never wanted to go, and I just thought, man, it's too expensive. I had every list, and then when the girls were, I think Zoe might have been 6th grade, something like that, 7th grade. I don't know. Missy's like, we got to take them to Disney. So I was like, I went to AAA, and they set up a plan and this and that, paid all that money, and Zoe planned it out because Zoe's like a planner. So you picked the hotel, and she planned it out. And the first time we went, I was amazed how much I loved it and how I didn't spend really any more money. Like I just was thinking of every other vacation you take where you're broke for the next 3 weeks because you were on vacation, and because I had paid, like I think they make you pay up to a couple months ahead. You paid,
Yep.
And I was just waiting, like, okay, when am I going? Because we were having so much fun. The kids didn't want to buy anything. It was Star Wars weekend. It just happened to be Star Wars weekend. I didn't know there was a Star Wars weekend. So I saw people that we trooped with, and we're like, they were in the parade and stuff. And, and we ran into people and stuff. And, I just had then we went the second time, and because of COVID, we kind of got thrown off a little bit. But, if I only was able to go there on vacation, I'd be a happy man.
Sadly, it's not the same as it was back then. So they no longer have the meal plan, which our family loved.
Yeah.
And now there are so many ways of getting extra nickels and dimes and dollars out of your pocket. Which is, I mean, I love Disney. I love Disney World. We have a great time each and every time we go. It's just unfortunate now that it seems like there's even more ways for them to just get extra and extra. So, for instance, they have this thing called Lightning Lane or something along those lines, where you can pay extra money beyond the ticket price for a fast pass for a ride.
Mm. That could rack up quick.
Oh goodness, yeah! Goodness, yeah.
Well, see, I'm the meal plan is the only thing that really bothers me, because I like the meal plan too. I thought that was really cool. But I didn't. The second time we went back, it was the last year they did Star Wars weekends, and it was the first time they did it. So we got to see Ashley Eckstein, and I did spend a little more money because I was like, Darth Vader popcorn bucket, I got it. And I bought the Stormtrooper magic band, and Zoe got so I did spend some money then, but I was just amazed at how relaxing it was, because I had been there when I was in 5th grade. I went to the Water King, whatever that was on that island that they closed down.
Yep.
I went to that.
Pleasure Island or whatever.
I don't know. And that's the last. I had been there one time, and I went with my parents, so it was like a nightmare from beginning to end, because my mom's favorite hobby back then was just yelling at me. So it didn't have a good memory, but I can't wait to go back. So we'll probably go next summer, because I also have the Disney Chase card, so
okay.
I'm up to over $5,000 in Disney dollars. So and I'll drive. I don't mind if we go in the summer. I'll drive. I mean, now you got paid to leave your car there, but still cheaper than an airplane.
That is for sure. And like I said, I mean, it's great for a family with children. It's great for the family with teenagers or family with young adults, and it's great with just adults. So when Heather and I go down this year, we're going down for her godson's wedding. He's getting married there this fall, and so we're gonna have the wedding stuff, and then we're staying after the wedding stuff is over, and we're celebrating our anniversary, even though it's our anniversary is in a different month, but we're gonna be down there end of October, beginning of November. So we're super excited.
Now, you go to the water parks?
We've been to the water parks, but we won't go during this trip.
See, I love the water parks. Like, I could, like, I fell asleep on the lazy river the last time. It just went around a couple times. The girls were laughing at me because I'd go under the waterfalls. I just slept all the way. I was just,
Yeah, I'm afraid if I go to the water parks now, the kids will be yelling, "Push him back in! Save the whale!"
Well, see, I'm not a big beach fan, so the water parks are like everything I like about the beach without the stuff I don't like. Like when you can go in a wave pool with a semi-soft rubber floor, I'm fine with that.
Well, you don't have to worry about a shark or a jellyfish in a wave.
Yeah.
Just got to worry about the toddler floaters.
Yeah, well, that's everywhere. At least there you can see them. In the ocean, you can't.
True.
No, but and I'm looking forward to. I haven't seen Batu yet, so let's see. I'm the only because Miss Zoe and I were thinking about going when we were out in LA, but we just were having so much fun. We weren't going to take away a day from celebration.
Just be prepared in Batu to take your time. I mean, there's not a ton to do there. However, you want to just be able to mosey through and enjoy it for what it is. I mean, some folks will go and they just they'll want to rush through, get on this ride, go to that restaurant, buy that thing. While you're there, just soak it in.
That's how it was with Harry Potter Land, and I'm not even a big Harry Potter fan, but I love just walking through it. Like I just slowly walked through it, and the dragon would breathe fire every once in a while. It was just I was mesmerized by Harry Potter Land. So
yeah, Anthony says that the atmosphere is the best part about it. Have you been to Galaxy's Edge yet, John?
No, I haven't been to Disney since 2008.
Oh, okay.
So also, same thing happened to me where we just kind of ended up being there on Star Wars weekend without even knowing it. So
we somehow lucked out. We went down and had our honeymoon during Star Wars weekend, and we went to we got in line early so we could get some of the autographs and everything. And we met this guy, and his code name was Red Leader. First name Paul. I don't even remember his last name. And we, hung out in line with him for hours and hours and hours, exchanged the emails, then sent emails back and forth afterwards, like sharing pictures and everything of the trip. When we went down with the kids, we let him know that we were going for Star Wars weekend. He got us wristbands so that the boys could walk in the parade dressed like Jedi.
Nice.
He got wristbands so that there was a Ray Park, like a panel.
Yeah.
And Ray Park did this on-stage demonstration of different martial arts moves. And he pulled kids from the audience, and our boys were up on stage with Ray Park doing these martial arts moves. And we haven't heard from him since. Like, I don't even know if he really exists. So if you're listening to Red Leader Paul, like, where are you? But it was absolutely amazing. Absolutely.
Well, everyone had, when we went down the one time, everyone had their 501st Racing shirts on, and we were in line for Ashley Eckstein's picture, and I had my shirt on, and the CEO of the Hawaii Garrison was there, and we just wound up talking. I mean, it's really fun. I mean, until we get the Flying Falcon racing shirt, then. We'll just get Marty to vectorize it for you, and we can get some racing shirts for the Flying Falcon.
Or what about patches? Just inflatable Falcon patches.
Yeah. Well, the racing shirts. There's no price break to buying 1 or 10, because I forget the company. It's like a really poorly translated Chinese name. Like it's like happy shirt or something company or some but it's the only price break you get is on the shipping. So like it costs about the same to ship 1 as it does like 20. So that's the only way you can work a price break in. But we should do a patch. Though I have to figure out a way to display my patches. because like I was trying to figure out, I'm trying to get stuff set up for next week just because I like people to see my Star Wars stuff because I know I like to see other people's Star Wars stuff. So I'm trying to make it that if someone wants to sit and look at patches, they could just sit and look at patches, you know. But I might have to just put them in like a book, like
with baseball cards.
Yeah. I'll have to talk to Donna, you know, who got us the patch from
From Hoth.
Yeah, from Hoth.
Yeah. Is she coming or no?
I don't think she can.
Okay.
But I'll have another one. I mean, mine's a good central location for a lot of the people because there's like a lot of Delaware and a lot of Western PA guys. But we should also not. I don't know if August will work, but we also should work up a meetup at Steel City. Like we should just, you know. And then all the zombie people, like I know Andy Wolf was out at Monroeville this weekend going to like the cemetery where like Night of the Living Dead was filmed and all that stuff, you know, which is not far from where Steel
Wasn't
City.
the Blob filmed in Pennsylvania?
Blob was filmed, part of it was filmed in Downingtown. There's a diner. It used to be called the Blob Diner. It was actually moved. But yeah, it was there. Part of it was filmed there, but most of the stuff that it was filmed at was tore down.
Okay.
But the diner is still there. I haven't been. It wasn't a good diner back when I was a kid. Like it was like you were spinning the wheel of food poisoning anytime you went in, you know. But
Yum.
but it's still there. I don't know if it used to be called the Blob Diner, and then someone bought it and changed it just to like Downingtown Diner, and I don't know. That makes me. I might have to take a road trip this week to see if it's still there. Yeah, the Blob, and then we had our other name was the Hooters, the band from the 80s. They filmed one of their videos at the Exton Drive-In. I never was at the Exton. It was near Kmart, so my grandfather would sit us on the roof of the car while they were shopping in Kmart, and we would watch it across the road. Like we couldn't hear anything, but you know. So we were stealing movies. We were bootlegging movies in our own eyes.
Well, when I was younger, we lived pretty close to a drive-in movie theater, and what we would do is we would park along the road, and we would just turn the radio on to the station that they were playing, and we'd do that for a little bit instead of having to pay to get in.
Well, they used to have the drive-in I took Missy to. We saw the Jurassic Park that no one liked. Check our phones. When am I checking my phone?
I feel so excluded.
Get tickets. Yeah. Wait a minute. Is that the one? Yeah. Did you get your tickets, Anthony? Because it's only in Canada.
Tickets for the Obi-Wan Kenobi
finale? I tried, but it was only in Canada.
I don't feel like driving that far, eh?
Oh, look at the runtime. Yeah, I saw that. So, see, because the runtime is an hour and 33 minutes, right? But then if you looked at the runtime, if you go to that, it's like 5 hours because it's like a whole bunch of them. So I didn't know what is that runtime when it says an hour and 33. Is that the show and then a Q&A after? Because there's supposed to be a Q&A after. So, because I'm thinking if they had an hour and a half show, they would have just split it into 2 more episodes.
Well, the first one was an hour, wasn't it?
Yeah. But it also when I saw the first one, it didn't show we didn't see the previews at Celebration. Remember the recaps?
Yeah.
They didn't show any of the recap.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know if the Q&A was like a canned Q&A, like if it was like a select audience or if it was going to be how it was. But at least an hour, yeah.
So with this Tuscan build, are we also going to work on rifles and gaffy sticks?
Or I have the wood for the rifles, and that's, I'm hoping to get to that. So, but yes, because that's why I'm going to do it 2 days for some, because then the gaffy sticks, I just haven't got to print the files yet. But I just had these these Mando buckets kind of threw my printing schedule off, and the shortage of filament. The GS3D is you have to order like a month out, so I'm expecting a shipment of filament any day now, because I'm down to my last 10. I'm down to 6 again, and that worries me when I get that low on filament.
Gotcha. And you have those shoulders for the Mandos. That
I got shoulders. I got a whole tub of stuff you can dig through for.
Okay.
I probably got more Mando stuff than you'll need.
Okay.
I know I have some. I think I have some chest armor somewhere. I have all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, I will have the yard sale of freebies. Big and tall. So,
I'd love to put together a Dengar costume and change his name to Kengar.
there you go. We used to have a Dengar in here. I don't know if he still has that. Because I'd love to see the bounty hunt, some more bounty hunters. Like Safi loved her when she wore her Fennec.
Ketsu?
Ketsu too. She has a good Ketsu too, but I got to redo the Ketsu helmet. I don't like the helmet. If you feel how heavy it is, that's my first one I cast. I was like, well, look, if 2 layers are good, 4 layers are twice as good.
So we're gonna go with 6.
Yeah. So she's like, Dad, I can't wear that helmet that long. I'm like, oh, suck it up. And then now that I feel it, I'm like, oh yeah, it's like wearing a cinder block on your head. So you live and learn. But
You got to master your craft.
yeah, well, that one was that was my, and I've told this story before, but that was my, Dan sculpted the helmet for me, and it was perfect. The clay, I went and bought the clay. It was supposed to be sulfur free, all this stuff. I poured a silicone on it. If there's a touch of sulfur in clay, the silicone will never harden. What happened was, so the silicone wouldn't harden, so I had to scrape it off, and it was pulling big chunks of the clay off with it. And this was, we were leaving for celebration on Tuesday. This was on Thursday. And so I'm like, so I just had this, like, I had to take his wrecked sculpt and patch it as best I could. And then I had to clear coat it with spray paint to try to seal in the clay and then redo it. And so I was never happy with that helmet. So that was my first learning experience with helmets. But I did find a good vegan restaurant on the way there, though, because we were coming home, rushing home on a Friday night. And I was like, man, I'm hungry. So Missy has this app called Happy Cow, and it finds vegan restaurants. So we were going through Reading. It was a Chinese restaurant that everything was vegan. So I had that Chinese food forever, and I was like, it's just, it's just all seitan flavored, but I was like, it's good. And I was hungry 15 minutes later. So,
So you got the
So
whole
it's like
experience.
regular Chinese food.
yeah. So
Yeah, I was thinking about it. You said the pile of Mando yard sale.
yeah,
That got
anything
me
you want.
thinking. Well, I was thinking, why would I bring Mando parts when I have a whole TK that I still need help?
Well, that's what
getting?
you should bring. That's what you should bring, because that's where a second set of hands will help you. And especially Marty. Marty has like the eye for that stuff.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, what I mean, you and Marty are both going to be there.
Yeah,
So-
bring it. Bring it.
I just got to make sure I still have everything because it's been transported throughout the house twice now. So
The fun time. You're gonna have to get like your own just cosplay van. Like I know that as long as me and the girls are doing costuming, we're going to have a minivan, just from 000 alone. Because like the other, like my TK, I can put in a bag if I have to, and Zoe's Sabine, we can finagle. But 000, it has to be in the world's largest case, and it has to have a table. There's no way around it. So minivan all the way.
yeah, I need a winter car anyway. So I've been my dignity is being whittled away as we speak. So gotta
I'll
try.
tell you, get yourself a nice Chrysler minivan. Just give up. They made the
Just go to Winnebago.
My friend bought one of the Volkswagen ones, which is the same as the Chrysler. Like Volkswagen. I don't know what years, but it's the minivan that looks just like a Chrysler, but it has a Volkswagen emblem on it.
Yeah.
But he's had more problems with that because a lot of the parts they swapped out are plastic, like just like little. And we're talking like $3 parts, not like major parts. But like one time he was sitting on the road because the whole bottom of his, I think it was power steering, just broke off because it was. And it's like, so I went and looked at ours. I was like, oh, that's metal, but his was just plastic. So, and the Chrysler, that Chrysler of ours has almost 200,000 on it. I cannot complain.
Yeah, see, I was looking at more of like an Astro van.
Oh, there you go.
I'm a GM guy.
Oh, you're GM. Yeah, okay. Well, I can appreciate that.
There is not a vehicle in our driveway that is not General Motors.
Well, just freak your dad out and come home with a Ford, and he'll.
Oh, see, I was the one who initiated that. We had an F-350 for the last 10 years for the rescue, and I finally in the last 8 months convinced him, like, hey, brand new 3500 Silverado sounds fantastic. That we can get rid of the one thing that's not GM in our driveway.
My first pickup was a 52 Ford, and my second pickup was a 55 Chevy. But that Chevy would run forever. But when you have kids, I was like, keep the kids, keep the truck.
Choices, man.
And then Missy,
there weren't seatbelts in that 55, were there?
Oh, dude, there was the only thing that would stop you in an accident was the big sharp metal knob sticking out of the solid hard metal dash, And it had so I sent John the video of Missy's brother with the flamethrowers. I don't know if you watched all that. Like
I watched part of it.
Yeah.
I wasn't really sure what I was watching.
No, I was her brother, but I bought the truck from him. But he had he took the shifter knob off. It had 3 on the tree, and it was a chrome Seagram's tap head. That was my shifter.
Nice.
But he drove with his arm on the shifter all the time, so he bent the linkage. So if you didn't put your arm when you were driving on it and you give it a little gas, it would pop from third into second gear. So
nice.
You live and learn. But so that flamethrower, this is really unrelated to Star Wars, but it isn't, because that flamethrower, it always reminds me of when that dude tried to torch Grogu.
The incinerator trooper.
But I had to set his regulator on that, and I'm still surprised that I didn't blow up, because he's like, oh yeah, you do paintball stuff. I need you to set this. So he's fully charged with a nitrogen tank and a gauge from the 1940s on top, and I'm there with an Allen wrench he's like, just don't let it go over this so it doesn't blow the tanks out. And so I'm setting his gauge. The stuff you do when you're like 20 and don't know any better.
Not only that story, but just the narration of sometimes they mixed it with this chemical and that chemical, and the description of napalm and how it would act like jelly and stick to something.
So he filmed that for Missy's one sister. She used to teach a lesson on World War II. But the time I was at his house, I'd never seen a flamethrower before. And when he shot it down his yard, when he showed me, it was summertime. He shot it down his yard, and it was like a wave of heat. You could see the grass getting brown until it hit you in the face. Like we were standing parallel to him, and he shot that thing, and his whole yard just got brown.
And he burnt the snow. I didn't think that was possible to burn the snow.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he had a riot set, and it was you would hook it into a 50-gallon drum. See, it had an adapter full of maple syrup, and they would shoot it into rioters, and that syrup would hit you so hard it would go through your first layer of skin and get under your first layer of skin.
Oh.
Like it would, like, you know what I mean? Like it would cut you, but not really. It would cut you in many, many million holes of just slamming syrup into your skin. They would do it to rioters.
Huh.
Ah, the good old days.
I know. And then, but he only bought that because he used to shoot his machine gun, and that belt fed had to shoot 30 caliber bullets. And this was like when Missy and I first got married, so this was like early 90s. He would go somewhere wherever you shoot machine guns at, and it would cost him $2 a bullet to shoot 600 rounds a minute.
Yep.
You know, so he got into flamethrowers because he said it was costing him $5,000 and $6,000 a weekend to shoot his machine guns.
Sounds about right for the
So,
90s.
so I want to make sure I understand this right. Based on your story,
Yeah.
the flamethrower was a cheap alternative to shooting the machine gun.
Yes. Because
So that means he would deliberately, just because it was Tuesday, shoot the flamethrower instead of said machine gun.
well, he would take. See, he had a. I don't know anything about gun licensing, but he had whatever kind of license you have to be able to have a fully automatic machine gun. So if
A
you
Class
keep
7.
watching that video, I don't know if you kept watching all the way to the end. He shoots the belt fed.
I didn't watch it all the way.
He shoots he has a 30 caliber belt fed. You know, that like you'd see on the side of a Jeep or like the 2-man crew would carry. And he just was a gun collector. He had that. And he had a Tommy gun, a fully automatic Tommy, and he just got into all that, like World War II reenactment, blah blah blah. But it just got so expensive for bullets that he's like, well, a couple gallons of diesel fuel, they'll last me, for a while. I could shoot all weekend for, with 50 gallons of diesel fuel compared to,
But what? So I've gone target shooting before, and so I understand the attraction of target shooting, and I understand the skill associated with target shooting. What kind of target shooting are you doing with a flamethrower?
They used to go to somewhere in Kentucky, and they would like fill cars with like light explosives and shoot them with machine guns and watch them blow up, and then they would light explosives and shoot with the flamethrower. Because like when you saw him shooting, he had it dialed back, but that thing when he shot when I was there, it shot a stream because he mixed. When I saw it, he mixed soap and diesel fuel, and it made like gel, and it looked like a flaming squirt gun. It just shot this long stream, like twice the distance.
On fire.
Yeah, on fire. Yes.
But once again, like this. So.
But this is the alternative to what we do. Like as much as remember when we were at that con and my brain couldn't wrap around those people that were just famous for being costumers.
Yeah.
It's kind of that same thing. Like you think of, I don't know much about the gun people he was in, but they were pretty much like us in the sense that was their thing.
Yeah.
And like my neighbor next door probably doesn't know that I do Star Wars unless he looks at my girl. You know what I mean? Like you get in these silos of your fandom, if we want to call it that. And that's why I always try to think of that kind of stuff before I judge someone. Yeah. I mean, to me, when I hear someone say, man, you shoot $6,000 worth of ammo in a couple hours, I'm like, but
well, see, for me, it's not the judgment part. Cause I have a friend who's really into racing.
mm-hmm.
And he would spend money to go out to these where he would almost like, actually it wasn't almost, he'd rent a race car. Yeah, so he'd be on a racetrack in one of these cars that goes 165 miles an hour, very easily, and just go around in a circle for a couple hours, and he super duper enjoyed it. I'm just trying to put the pieces together where it's like, okay, it's Tuesday, let's go shoot the flamethrower and make cars explode. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I liked hearing his stories about it, but to me it was just not a thing. Though the Tommy gun I really like, because my real dad, that's what he carried through Vietnam, was a Tommy gun. So I was always, that's why that picture of the Mandalorian that I think I showed you guys last time, the World War II Mandalorian.
Yeah, the one that was a celebration.
He made his blaster out of a Tommy gun, and like that was like that guy. I wish I would have had the wherewithal to stop him and just. I could have taken 50 pictures of him. Like, because when he took his helmet off, he had a World War II liner in the helmet. Like that, I should have taken a picture of that. Like, I think of all those little things. And it goes back to when you were saying about someone with their Mando costume and stuff like that. I like it when someone thinks it through and then just really follows that vision.
Yeah.
And
I
like it when they're just different color too, but.
There's so much potential for creativity and personalization and just care, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
especially with the mercs, with the Mandalorians, because you could have 50 Mandalorians all in a row, and none of them are going to be exactly the same. Whether it's a different blaster or a different style of armor, or even the modifications on the helmets.
The Mando we were with last Saturday, he had like a dual setup similar to they weren't quite Django Fett. They were they wore them a little higher, but his pistols were the Jyn Erso pistols.
Oh, okay.
So they looked kind of cool sticking it. You know what I mean? They looked like you saw the Mauser. So they weren't the Broomhound, or they were the whatever. What is that a Mauser or Luger? Hers was a Luger. It's Luger grips.
Yeah, because it's smaller than the other one.
Yeah, but he had a nice setup, and he did like a combo. It was like I don't know anything, but it was a more modern take because you could see the hints of the Mandalorian in his armor. Like if he would have made it 4 years ago, they probably wouldn't let him in because you know what I mean. Because
which is really really funny because before the Mandalorian, there were only, from what I remember, if I've got this right, it was 3 kinds of armor. There was the Boba and the Django, and then there was what they called, I think it was Legacy, and then an even earlier one. But now with the post-Imperial Mandalorians, it's opened up to where you could have all sorts of different chest configurations. Even the chest diamond can be different. So instead of just being the diamond like Boba Fett and Django wear, now it can be almost like a 4-sided diamond instead of a 6-sided diamond. And just it's.
Well, I know Sabine threw him off a little bit because she had no leg armor. Or no upper leg armor.
And then even with the Mandalorians, you have the approved kit, which you can get in with, and then they have what are called brigades, where if you modify your costume, either your weapons or your armor, you could be an assassin, you can be a heavy Mandalorian like Pax Vizsla, or you could be a light armor Mandalorian. There's like snow Mandalorians, and ones that I think they're called slicers, where they have like the droid parts, and it's incredible how much depth and detail there can be in the Mandalorians with their different costumes.
So you need a droid arm for your Mandalorian. You're one with the
Well, that's why I want to make the Echo kit. That's why I wanted to get as part of, because of the Rad Batch for the the forces behind Star Wars, and Dexter's art that he created for us.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
He's another person I think that would be great to be on your show, John, is Dexter Weeks.
Yeah.
He's the artist that's on our show, and he's done some amazing stuff. He's some of his artwork for Aliens has made it into some alien art books and things like that. So
well, that's what I liked going to the comic store with Anthony. I took him to our local comic store. We have a pretty good comic store in Lancaster, and I liked him going through the books and showing me stuff, because they have like they're like a, you can tell they've been around for 20 some years, because you can just find something in every little nook and cranny, And then we could take a field trip there when you guys are up here.
Well, it depends on how far we get on our Tuscans.
Yeah, well, I'm saying if you come up Friday.
True.
Friday, Ken.
Yeah, Ken.
I can sleep in my car. You sleep in your car.
When John was asking about hotels, I was like, man, I don't even think there is any in Quarryville. Because we're like kind of out in the. I mean, we're not far from Lancaster. Like we're like 10 miles, 15 miles, maybe. But
no, that's nothing.
But you can't. But there's no fast way to get to Quarryville. Because like there's a couple main roads, but there's like it just seems like it takes forever to get out of Quarryville. It's just and then if you try to do it on a Sunday with Amish buggies, forget about it.
That's fair.
Or a Thursday. It took me longer to go to work on Thursdays with the Amish. But
I thought Wednesday was the Mennonite Day.
that's Mennonite. That's different. They're different. Mennonites around here have cars.
Oh.
The Mennonites north of here, like in New Holland, some of them are like bicycle Mennonites, so they ride bikes and stuff. But the Amish don't even ride bikes; they have scooters.
The Amish ride scooters?
Yeah, they don't ride bikes.
What kind of scooters?
Like pedal, like you push with your foot. They don't have bikes.
Oh, like a Razor scooter?
Similar, but
just
picture a scooter with full bike tires. Their scooters are nice, but they're made by a couple of the Amish around here. Like I bought Safi one when she was little. She wanted one, so I found one at a yard sale. But they're hundreds and hundreds of dollars for these scooters because some of them are like full bike tires, like full 10-speed tires on a scooter.
How? How does it even work?
Oh, they're good. They're and then we have a couple hardware stores here that are just all Amish hardware, so they're like they close at dark and they're gas powered lights and all that. And they're some of the only places you can buy those scooters.
Are they called scooters, or is there a different name?
We just call them scooters, but I don't know what they're called. But like I said, it's just I don't know if I have. Let me see if I can find it.
So
Do you think they have races?
Probably not.
Oh, I don't mean for prizes. I just mean because. What are you doing this weekend? I'm going to the Amish scooter race.
No, but like the one main one that makes them around here, I think his name is Lap. But like here, this is I don't know where this is.
LAP,
Oh.
like as in a trip around the track.
No, yeah. Well, this one is they don't look quite like this, but this is as close as I can find to an Amish scooter.
Oh, okay. I don't know. My mind was just picturing a Razor scooter, and I was just trying.
And they just have different size tires depending on how much you want to spend. But I got one for Safi, and when she was little, she rode the thing around like an idiot. I remember one time. We were out running like 5 a.m, and we saw this kid. It was pitch black out, and this kid was riding around in a Darth Vader hood, all black. And we were like, man, what kind of parent lets their kid ride around all dark black? And here we finally catch up to him, and it's Safi riding around looking for us on the bike. I was like, whoops.
Oh boy.
So, but yeah.
Maybe I will come up Friday.
Yeah, just let me know when you get here. We'll figure out something to do.
Yeah.
I'll be my plan now, for the armor party is I said to Missy, I want to get all the major stuff done by Thursday. So I'm not running around like a nut Friday and then be tired all day Saturday, because that's usually what happens. So I'm trying to, do all that and make sure my yard is mowed and all that kind of good stuff. But what's nice is we have Good Store, which is an Amish store, but they sell fabric and stuff. So if we decide we need more than what I have here, it's not even a mile. It's a half mile from my house, like right in town. We just run over. So we have plenty of stuff if we need stuff. I mean,
now, are you planning to have pretty much everything there?
I'm gonna try. Like I'll know this weekend when I gotta sit down and measure, but I'm gonna probably just buy a whole bunch of monk's cloth for the robes, and we'll just cut it to length and stuff. And then I gotta look at Safi's mask and figure out what cloth to get for the wrap, because that we just cut in strips.
Would that be on the CRLs?
There's no CRLs for these guys. So,
even in the Rebel Legion?
Not for the new ones. I'm looking off of. I'll look off of our CRLs and make sure I get the right fabric. And then the only thing which I'll probably post up in the group is leather to wrap the face. With Safi's, I used old belts I got at Goodwill because it's already worn and beat up. You turn them inside out, and it looks better, I think. Let me see if I have.
What is between the door there?
I think it's a jacket hanging up on the side of his cabinet.
That makes more sense. Just the way it looks, because the door is cracked, makes it look like there's something wedged in the door.
It's a Wampa trying to get in.
There we go. There we go. Let's see this. That's just old belts from Goodwill.
Now, what's
And then this is naval vinyl, which I'll get a bunch of this when I get the fabric. Besides that, these will be all molded, so they'll just need painted. We'll paint them in the morning, sit them out in the sun. I'll probably dye them. I'll probably dye the resin gray, so we don't, you don't have to. And I have tons of silver paint, so.
Mhm.
Glue, bring glue.
like hot
What
glue
kind of
or
glue?
CA glue?
CA glue if you have it. CA glue. I don't have any kicker. The place I used to get my kicker does not sell kicker anymore. So,
And when you say CA glue, it's a super glue, right?
super glue. But if you buy CA, you can get it in a bigger bottle. Super glue, man, you'll spend like thousands of dollars on it.
Right.
Yeah,
There's a Mennonite hardware store down the road from me. That
they sell it in the like. I used to buy the big tube and a big thing of kicker and stuff, but the store went out of business. We used to have a place that sold remote control cars and stuff. That's where I used to get it all, and they turned into a hunting shop, so they don't sell CA glue anymore.
I'm shocked. Those are basically the same thing.
I know. Well, I don't know, but yeah, I have to look on the CRLs, and so I figured it'd be easier to get that. And I'll just have the receipts there, and we'll just figure out. Look, if someone needs, because I'll get a Joanne. I usually get a Joanne coupon, usually Thursday or Friday, for like 20 or 30% off, and then I'll just buy fabric. I'll get some RIT dye and some tea, and
Yeah. Now for the boots.
the boots. So you just get rubber boots and wrap them with rags. So that's the easiest way to do it.
Like rain boots, rubber rain boots.
Yeah, that's we used like economy Uggs, which I wouldn't recommend because your feet will be hot. But if you get like not the galoshes, but like the one step, like there's like almost like green fisherman boots that are relatively inexpensive, and you just wrap them like that. Here, I'm just to see if they have. Oh, here we go. Tuscan. Man, what's a Bith musician?
It's
The
the
It's like
cantina.
Figure
band.
and Dan.
Yeah, but it's in the same one as the Tuscan Raiders.
The
That's weird.
Biffs are?
Huh?
The Biffs and the Tuscan Raiders are in the same category?
They're in the same. They must have just divided up. Let me see what they have. Here we go. Heads. Yeah, so head is smaller than the. Oh, that's the wrap under the chin. Yeah.
Oh, it's
I'm hoping Marty bought a mask not too terribly long ago, a Tuscan mask. So what I liked about how this Tuscan mask was, so I have automotive spray adhesive like you would do a headliner with. So this one, it molds around and goes a little bit down the neck. See, Safi's doesn't go around the neck, right? It's just like this. That's a foam head. But if you do the one where it comes down a little bit in the neck and you slit it in the back, then you can close your whole neck over and put your neck wrap around it. It gives it a better look from behind. It gives it that more complete look. But part of the fun of doing it is we'll figure it out. If you have, that's what I will post up though. If anyone has like high res pictures of the Tuscans from Book of Boba Fett, print them out and bring them. Because it's not as easy to look on a screen while you're building something than if we just have paper.
What about your pictures from
I have
Mando
some of those which I'll print out. I'll print some of the costumes out.
Yeah.
I'll just print them on my printer. But if
I'll look
someone
for
has,
some.
like, I'm going to probably go to Barnes and Noble. Sometimes they make like it'll be the Book of Boba Fett magazine. It has a lot of pictures of that. I'll probably
because they were in Phantom Menace. I'm trying to think what other might be in one of the illustrated guides.
Right, but we want the Tuscans from Book of Boba Fett because they are different. The eyes are different. They're shorter. So
the soft parts, the costume should be the same, right?
The pants are different and everything because the eye stalks we're doing. See where this little thing here is,
Mm-hmm.
ours will be cut off right there. That's how.
Oh,
they'll
so
be
they
there.
don't. So they don't have the.
They don't have
slits
these
in
two
the grill.
slits. No, they're short. If you look at, let me see if I can, because that's what I was measuring. I took a picture of that. I gotta find the easiest one is when they're sitting.
Around the fire.
No, when he was sitting on the speeder.
Mm.
Oh, like a bantha.
Yeah, I had a. No, they don't even. But what it does is it make if you look at the Mandalorian, and then you look at the Book of Boba Fett, it looks like the Book of Boba Fett they have larger eyes, and they don't have larger eyes. They're just cut further back. Let's see.
Aren't they the same as the Mandalorian?
No, they're not. The
So
eye stalks are pretty close on the Mandalorian. They're pretty much the same length as New Hope. A little shorter, but not much short. I mean, they're. Let me see.
Gotcha. So the Book of Boba Fett is just completely different.
Well, I think they just. Honestly, I think it's because they were doing more action. They had to cut them off. I think that's what it come down to here. I think this picture. Maybe not. Yeah. Let me see if this will. I don't know if this will translate well or not. So, see this picture here? See the warrior? See where the arrow is? Right?
Nope.
There's the nose. Right? Oh, I didn't turn the screen on yet to you guys. Sorry. I'm new to this. I've just been doing it for a month. Now, so see there's the blood tube right there, right? Sticking
Mhm.
out, and the nose, and see how that eye's, right? And then if you look here at this profile, here's the nose, right? And there's
Oh,
the
yeah.
blood tube. See how the eyes sort of so much shorter on that? Everything's slightly shorter. And then if you look head on, I don't know if I have it. I can't find the picture that I used to measure, but it was when he was showing them, when he was teaching them how to ride, or it was when the guy was riding on the back, I think it was. The Tuscans. Let me see if it has speeder.
Well, even the artwork shows a little bit of that. So the chief had a different setup than.
Yep. Here we go. This one here. It's like no one wants to just put a full size picture on a page anymore.
Oh, spoiler review.
Yeah, that's where I have to see if it'll let me open it this way. Yeah, it's a JPEG. I should be able to open it. Yeah, there we go. So, if you look here, right?
Huh.
See, the blood tubes are even shorter because these blood tubes come out past the nose, right? So if you shorten these blood tubes, their blood tubes come right to the tip of the nose. But if you look at the eyes, you're looking about right. That's where they cut them off because look how big they are. So I have the eyes molded. I mean, I haven't printed. I just have to mold them. The only reason I'm not printing them is I just noticed there's a logo on here.
That was from the bike gang.
Yeah, the biker gang. They don't.
On some of the biker jackets, they even had Arabish names on them.
Oh, nice. The my So when I was talking earlier, I said, things that make Star Wars make a floaty, make things go better. Yeah, here's the other one. Here's the other picture I was looking at right here, right there. See how short that is, and see how short these are. Like you can right here, like they're coming right to the end of the.
And that mask is also different than the Chief's mask.
Oh yeah, yeah. But that's what makes them look bigger. That's what makes it, because you're not missing on all that. But what?
Look at that one picture with Tamura. Go up above.
This one?
Actually, it's the.
Oops. Hang on. Let me go back here.
That one right there. Yep.
This one?
Yeah. Check out the snout on that one.
Oh yeah. There we go. Yeah, that's a whole different mask.
And the leather.
The mohawk.
It has the leather down the middle.
And that's the necklace I was talking about. That necklace is so cool looking.
Oh yeah, and he has the dual respirator right here. Right there. Dual blades. He's like dual everything. But that's where, so this week I would say my other thing I heard was when Boba Fett was saying that he wants in an interview, he wants to have like a more kick-ass Boba Fett or something like that. Did you see that?
Yeah.
And which is, whatever, but I always laugh when people take an actor's quotes to be more than just, like if I said something about where I teach, it doesn't mean it's going to be policy. You know what I mean? Like it's just funny. What
should we do about those leather pouches? Like the bandoliers and stuff.
The leather pouches, I think what we're going to have to do that's the only thing we're probably not going to be able to make right away. Because what's nice about these compared to other Tuscans, none of them seem to be uniform. That's the one thing I've always had an issue with the 501st is they get a little crazy with their uniform Tuscans and Jawas, where these guys, what I really like about these, see, this is where the costumes are different. So like this guy looks like a traditional Tuscan right here, this part, but this doesn't look like a traditional Tuscan because of the color. And this guy has this weird belt, and they're all random bandoliers. Now that's the warrior woman. But like this guy here, it looks like he just has a sash. These are Mauser things. When I made Safi's Tuscans, I bought an old belt at Goodwill and just went and put gun packs on. But this looks like he almost has like a cape on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we'll just have monk's cloth to dye, because it's like this, which I know some people got bent out of shape that I put on TikTok. This looks like this woman here. Like we should have known it was a woman from right away, because this looks like she took the traditional woman costume from Phantom Menace and modified it. You remember Phantom Menace? There's Tuscans or not Phantom Menace. Attack of the Clones. Remember those Tuscan women that looked like they were almost like burqa'd up?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like that's a modified one of those. If that makes. Here, let me see. Yeah, like I'm looking at these Tuscans, and like some of them just have pants on.
Now, are we also going to be making like the shirt and the pants this weekend?
We're going to try to, yeah, with the monk's cloth. And so we'll do. That's where if you look at these right here, like this is probably a good. These three here are a good cross section, because the shirt, like this one here, this one looks like he has traditional Tuscan robe on.
Mm-hmm.
Underneath, and a traditional over, they're just dyed different colors. This one here, it looks like he has pants on. Like it says just pants and a short shirt. So it really depends on what you want to do. Like if you want to do is like this one here, that looks, you know. But no, like I said, no one has a CRL for any of these guys yet,
Right.
which is good because I hope the Tuscans stay somewhat random. Let me see if I got. I think these are all I think these are just all kids. Let me see. Yeah, I think these are just all kids. But if you look, like they're just pants, and he looks like he just has a cape on. Same with this guy. But now he looks like he might have a robe on as well. Where if you look, so this is. I don't know what this is a picture of. Well, that's a model, but it used to be when you did a Tuscan. So this would be.
Yeah, I think that's one of the toys.
Yeah.
Those are the Hot Toys.
Yeah. So, but I'm saying it used to be if you were Tuscan, you could only have these bandoliers right here. These two, this type, or this is a Swiss something. And then
Like
you
a
had to have
bullet
this,
vest or bullet thing, right?
yeah, and then you had to have this canister here too, around your neck, which is weird because they had them in the Mandalorian, but they didn't have them in Phantom Menace. So, but we will get as much as we possibly can get done, and the rifles, I just got to get I haven't got a good picture of the rifles, but I might try to get a good picture of a camel rifle and trace off of that. Because once I have it traced, I can cut it. It's an easy cut.
Well, I wonder if that would be in the Mandalorian CRLs for Boba Fett. Now that he's such a big deal.
Oh yeah, maybe. But see, I don't like the rifles from the rifles that guys make for the Phantom Menace ones, and I never really liked those. They were kind of weird looking. I took a picture of it when they were all standing together, like when they stand the rifles up, like
like the TP.
Yeah, like the TP. I took a bunch of pictures of that. I'm going to try to get a straight shot from that. Yeah, I don't see. I hope, you know. There we go. Yeah, so this is the one I don't like. This is the cycler rifle from Wikipedia. These just, I know that, you know, that's what they were carrying, but these are ones I don't like. Because I see a lot of those floating around.
Mm-hmm.
And the Book of Boba Fett, it had more of that Lawrence of Arabia like type look to it. And they don't even, I'm looking at the CRL, they don't even have a CRL for the rifle for that. Yeah. Oops. Just lost my, got too many windows open. Don't want to. There we go. Yeah, I don't even think they have it. They don't even have a good picture of the. This is okay. This one is closer to what I. Now this, I think this is just a computer rendered one. I don't think this is a. Yeah, this is just a computer rendered one. But this one slightly looks a little better. Like the full wood stock.
Mm-hmm.
But that one's still, here we go. Yeah, this. No. Yeah, here we go. This is the one. Now this one here, I am going to steal this picture because this is the one I'm going to make my make my stencil off of right here. See, I'm glad we talked about this. That's the one I want, right there.
And if I'm not mistaken, did Odin make one of those?
Who?
There's this guy who has a YouTube channel called Odin Makes.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
I think he just did the gaffy stick. I don't know if he actually did the cycler rifle.
He's got. Yep, he's got the gaffy stick. Let's see if.
This is a vintage Moroccan snap musket. But I think now I found one, because with this, all of this, I'll print this, I'll scale this up, I'll print it to be almost 6 foot long. Actually, I'll probably do 5 foot, because I only need from where this little hand is back. And then
Hey, Mike, I found a page called studiocreations.com.
yeah, that's who has the tutorials for Tuscans.
Yes.
That's where I bought my armor from. That's where my original armor came from.
There's even a printable PDF file for the prequel rifles.
Yeah. See, I don't like the prequel rifles though. I like these. I like these. You know what it is? It's just this shape. It's just back part. It's this part here for some reason. It just looks more real. Where the other ones, it looks like a toy gun. Where this is all, this is the wood stock right here. So I trace all of this on a I have two 2x12s. If I trace this on the 2x12 and flip it over and trace it again, I can at least make 4 rifles. And then I cut it with the jigsaw, and then we just put it on the belt sander and round all the edges. And then we notch it out and put the barrel on top. I don't know if we'll get that done in a day, but we at least get it started. And I'm still looking at this picture of that. Like, that is such a nice picture. Like, I'm looking at that. Look at that. Someone built all of that.
Well, they built many of those, didn't they?
Yeah.
Because they had like 4 or 5 different speeders.
Yeah. I think, didn't they have those at Chicago? Or did you go to Chicago, Ken?
I did, but I was only there for one day.
Oh, but I think they had a couple of these speeders up on the tops of things.
I thought they were. I didn't know if they had Tuscan speeders. I thought they had the
Swoop bikes.
The tread speeders from Rise of Skywalker. That's what I thought they had.
Maybe.
I could be wrong.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to mess with that rifle now. It gives me one more thing to. Yeah, this is like July. This is what I'm looking forward to. Is just getting out there and working on stuff. Yeah, here we go. Tuscan Cycler rifle, which is very similar to Luke's rifle. Remember Luke's rifle from New Hope?
Yes.
It was
I have so many random books. I wonder if any of them have some good pictures of the Tuscans.
I wonder what Luke was going to do with that rifle. Do you think he would have shot a Tuscan?
Oh, probably.
Huh?
Probably.
Well, he may have shot around them to scare them off.
Maybe. Yeah, I just wonder.
Am I the only one who didn't know there were Royal Guards in Attack of the Clones?
They weren't in red. They were in blue, weren't they?
Blue.
No, according to the CRL, they were in red.
Really?
In Attack of the Clones?
There is a CRL for an Attack of the Clones Red.
Right,
Royal
we're
Guard.
going down a CRL deep dive.
I know you got me turned on to the CRLs tonight.
I know. Is it the CRLs? I'm telling you, it's a missed treasure. It's a missed treasure of I've wasted many hours like looking at CRLs. Let me see here. CRL. Where do my CRLs go? I have my CRLs open. Now, people are like, "What is this?" Let's see.
There were action figures and all.
That doesn't mean anything. Action figures. We had Constable Zubio. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't
Good
get me
point.
started about that guy.
That's gonna be the yak face toy. You watch.
Oh my God, they were.
Wait a minute.
Where?
Where's the Royal Guard under?
Royal Guard is under.
No. What's their designation? Oh, I see it. TR.
Sovereign Protectors.
Royal Guard. You said under
Attack of the Clones. It's the first Royal Guard, right under Praetorian Guard.
Let me see him.
In the movie, though, the scene where Bail Organa and Palpatine and that whole crowd is looking over the clones loading into the Venators,
Yeah.
there are 2 Royal Guards in the background.
Man.
Almost totally obscured, but they are there.
I have a friend in Maryland, man. He's all about the Royal Guard. Well, I have 2 friends in Maryland. Actually, 2 guys I know in Maryland have the Royal Guards. But that helmet looks smaller. It looks smaller than the Royal Guard. Return the Jedi. No, I guess it's the same. I know some guys were big into the Shadow Guards or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
See, I like the guards from the comics, like Kirk Hanos,
Yeah.
I think his name was, or
Connor Jax?
yes,
and Kirk Hanos, the same. Yes. Yeah. The
They don't have any
warrior-looking
pictures
ones.
of those though.
just in the comics.
Yeah, I mean in the
And
series.
they had some toys. They had a couple toy action figures for those guys.
Yeah, here we go. The Force Unleashed. That's where a lot of guys did those too. Just because they were easier to wear. Those Royal Guards, though, like guys that do those costumes, I know Chris. He had to rework his padding because if you're not careful, your helmet will seal around your neck and you won't get any air.
Oh, geez.
Because if you have like your robes and all that on, and that helmet gets pushed down, so he put his shoulder pads. He put like a slit in it so it can never sit perfectly down, so he gets air. And then some of the Royal Guards, I've seen guys where they run like a CPU fan hangs off the middle of their back and blows air up a tube up into their helmet. Because you can't move your neck. That to me would be the hardest. Is like and depending on it, like I know some of the older helmets, you kind of had to squeeze it a little bit when you put it on to get your head through, and then it kind of like popped back once your head was in it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, nah, I'm fine. I'll stick with that.
It's good to see that the Force Pike is an optional accessory, so you can just walk around in a giant red crayon.
Yeah, well, there for a while, I think they made a lot of the weapons optional on the 501st because of just international law to do with weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Like they can't make blasters because some countries you just can't carry anything that looks like a firearm.
Right. But the lightsabers are still required.
Yeah, right. But I mean, again, they were zip tying those. I still think the funniest thing was when they were zip tying those. I'm gonna I'll be right back. I'm gonna put this Tusken back real quick.
So Ken, when are you joining the 501st?
I think I might use my Tusken for that.
There you go.
And then if I can, because I don't think Echo would fall under the 501st.
Hmm.
That'd be Rebel Legion.
Yeah. I think the only I don't know. Maybe it's you might be able to squeak in.
Yes, explore the CRLs.
Mike, do you think Echo would be approvable for the 501st?
Echo
From Bad Batch.
is all the Bad Batch in the 500? I think he should be.
The only ones that are approved right now are Hunter and Tech.
Well, I know, but I mean, it maybe someone just didn't make the CRL yet.
Right.
We got another fan on board. We got my friend Clem from Sydney.
Hey, Clem.
How cool is that?
Let me see something here.
Or I'm
That
sorry,
was one of
no.
the coolest guys I ever met in Australia. Such a good friend. Is that from your helmet, Mike?
Oh, you get the iPod.
That's what I wear in my Vader.
And so it just constantly breathes for you.
It just was clipped on the. Actually, it was clipped right on my thing here and ran down to my thing. So, unfortunately, I don't have. Well, Clem, we can help you with that. Resources are. There's a lot of 501st guys in. You said Australia?
Yeah, Sydney.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys down there. I mean, if you haven't heard us before, I always say there's like 3 things to join any costuming group: skill, money, and time. Right? And you just have to figure out which combination works best for you. You know,
which of the 2 you can deal with, because you're not going to necessarily have all 3.
Right. Well, I mean,
abundance.
I know with me, like, money and time never seem to jive at the same time. You know, like, yeah, time. Well, time. But again, that's where, like, if there's certain things I just don't like taking the time for. Like, I know I can learn how to sew. I can't get it through my head to just take the time to learn it. So I'd rather throw my money at people that sew.
Well, we should reach out and see who we know from Sydney down in the 501st. Maybe we can get some paths to cross.
Well, and I also recommend if you're not 100% sure you want to join, because I know it's not for everybody, but get a hold of your local group and see if they need help. Like just we call them squiring. What's the Mando Mercs in Jersey call it?
Handling.
Handling.
Yeah.
Handling sounds like that could go horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Well, who's your handler?
Well, handler, wrangler. Some people call them wranglers.
Babysitters.
But if you go to a group and you say, "Hey, I'm thinking of joining," because they always need those, because you are so incapacitated in most costumes, and have someone there, or just have people take pictures. Oh, nice.
That's a great book. Absolutely wonderful. Some amazing photographs in that book.
But yeah,
by Brandon.
Yeah, but I would get a hold of a group, because it gets you in a mindset too. I don't know about you guys. I mean, I'm always in a Star Wars mindset, but when you're around people that love something you love, it does do the kind of things.
Yeah, speaking of being incapacitated, though, that's why I'm very excited to do Kylo.
Oh yeah,
I feel like that's going to be so freeing.
Well, and you're thin enough to do a really good. I mean, I'm not body shaming anyone, because I'm on the thicker side too, but I see these Kylos that are just like so nice and thin, and that costume is just made for that. Like, it just has that,
Well, I'm surprised you wouldn't want to do the Rise of Skywalker Kylo.
Well, the good thing about Kylo is that most of the costume is the same.
Oh no, I'm talking just a cummerbund, no shirt.
Oh,
that's the Last Jedi. Hey, I could do that if I had a little bit more body positivity and a little more, I would definitely walk around shirtless. However, I don't think the tattoos would.
Yeah, I
fly
just had to
with
leave
Tyler.
for that conversation. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, you could just put foundation over that. I mean, they have makeup that covers that up. It'd just
True.
be temporary anyway. I mean, look at the people who put the body makeup on to be small.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think like the makeup, the people that that's a different level of commitment. Like I see people like that do Hera, and I will soon be in that camp when we work on Zoe Sabine. But the level of commitment to make everything in your house orange or green or blue or red because you're doing makeup, you know, is
Yeah.
we got the
This is that book that Clem was just talking about.
yeah,
Star Wars costumes.
very nice.
Are we showing off books right now? Mike, I
Yeah,
know
of
you went
course.
and grabbed something.
Oh, nice.
Got the
Oh,
Ultimate Visual Dictionary.
nice. Is it the ultimate?
Hey.
I didn't get to see my
It's
My-
the ultimate for now.
my
Yeah.
books are limited to Zoe right at the moment. She's been going through like piling through books here lately.
Well, that's one of the things recently I've come to the conclusion that I can't have it all. So I've decided to cut back on my action figure acquiring and put more into the book acquiring. I still get some because I'm weak like that.
Mhm.
But yeah, most of my dollars and cents go into the books now.
I saw Omega at Target today.
Oh, really?
The Black Series Omega.
Wow, I didn't
Huh.
realize you were in the wild yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
me neither.
I had it in my hand. I was like, oh, no, I can't. I can't. I'm like, as I redo these rooms, I'm like, because when I was redoing this room, I was like, oh man, I gotta get rid of this and get rid of that. Because like I think this part that you can see the open beam, I think that's going to become the Imperial light pattern. And so I have to get rid of everything. I'm just gonna put a block up there. I'm just thinking of all these little details I want to go back through and change. But I can't do anything. I gotta stay focused on important stuff.
Tuscans and Vader.
Tuscans and Vader. Yep. Well, and Keeley. I got Keeley working.
Which that still drives me nuts.
Well,
I
see,
just
That was a toga purchase right there to be able to get
Right.
it so inexpensively.
but that's also one of those things where when you're in the group, that's opportunities that show up too. Because like I had a thing a couple years ago, I was trying to talk to some of the people in our group. We probably have just in our garrison alone, I would say a minimum of 100 people that aren't in anymore over the last 20 years. Shouldn't someone reach out to them and say, hey, look, you used to have a stormtrooper. What are you doing with it? And we would like to buy it from you, or so, you know what I mean? Like to help the new people coming in,
Yeah.
Because
Or
they're
even back to the idea. At one point, this was something that you were involved in. This is something that interested you. What would it take to have you come back in Squire? What would it take to have you come back and help that new guy build? What would it take to have you come back and be at one of these? You don't have to be at all the events, but be at one of these events.
Yep. Well, that's it. That's a reach out that I think, because honestly, most of, I know myself included, I'm not the most social person outside of the Star Wars world and outside of stuff for my kids. Like having kids is maybe way more social than I ever was because I just have no fear when it comes to trying to help my kids. But all of us, struggle in some way, shape, or form sometime. And I do hate to see when people drop off of it, every time I clean stuff up, like I found a half of a 000 head when I have no clue what it was doing. So, and I find all these magazines, like I found this magazine and I'm like, why in the world, when I say it's Fine Living Lancaster, which is pretty much nothing in common with anything of me. I've never been accused of fine living anything. And if it's a magazine, I only buy it if it has Star Wars on it. So,
Speaking of fine, are we going to have anyone teaching us the fine steps of the Tuscan Fire Dance?
I like that idea. And I was either thinking we learn that, or there's this guy on TikTok that does these little country hillbilly dance. You seen that guy yet? We should all learn that. It's like this weird shaky leg dance. I would love to do that in my TK.
Well,
I don't have a fire pit, but who knows? I could just have a big burnt spot in the middle of my yard by the time that.
You have a flamethrower, don't you?
No, that's long gone.
Well, you have the
Are you
skills
only
to
saying
build
that
one.
because Uncle Sam is listening?
No, I think Dennis sold all that. He passed away actually, but I think he sold all that before he passed away. I think
And we don't even need a fire pit. We just need a circle. We could. You have a paved driveway, right?
I got a big backyard too.
We could just draw a circle on the concrete and dance around the circle.
Yeah, my driveway is made for 2 cars, and we have 4 cars now. Because who puts a car in a garage? Come on.
Yeah,
Garage,
that's
garage
when
is
you have
for putting
helmets to
Star
make.
Wars stuff. So yeah, I'm looking.
We should get in touch with Rich and see if he would teach us how to build more speeder bikes out of motorized scooters.
Yeah. Well, like I like that. Oh yeah, here we go. Look, I realized that this must be a Star Wars. It has the Tuscan. It has Safi in her Tuscan.
There's your fine answer right there. You kept it because it has your children in it.
It has my children and me. Oh yeah, there's Zoe. Man, this is old because this is season 1 Sabine.
So you're going to have to change what you just said because you
What?
told us and everybody who's listening that you are not fine and you are in it. You
I
are
know.
in that
So
mess.
apparently, I am fine living in Lancaster in a TK suit.
And also a liar.
It is weird, though. It is weird when you are in a Star Wars costume. People will hand you their children. They will basically push your children towards you and not even think twice about it.
Well, did I
Yeah.
tell you about the lost child story?
Yeah.
Did I tell you this story, John? Did you hear this?
I think you said it on here, but say it again. Say it again.
Yeah, so we were at an event and this child yells from partway across it, "Hey Mando."
Yep.
And he comes over to the table and we're talking to the little guy and he's like, "I can't find my mom." So he's at this event and he's near panicking, can't find his mom, and thankfully Heather was there as a squire and she helped the young boy find his mom. And then later on the two of them came back and he turns to his mom and says, "Can I hang out here with the Mandos? They took care of me before." So this, like you said, sure, you can hang out here for a while. I'm going to go on the other side of the room.
You were lost, but we'll just let you hang out here once again.
Yeah, with the rando Mandos.
Well, I mean, at least at that point, they know where they're at.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
That's
it came down to. It was a like an anchor point, a landmark. Yep, the Mandos are in that corner. I know little Billy will be fine.
Well, I know, like, overall, like, I would say you probably have a higher percentage of better people in the groups than maybe like random group of people, maybe just because we kind of police ourselves just by like who we are, I mean, I would assume I don't think we've run into any major issues in the however many years I've been in 07. So what's that?
Yeah, I've run into occasional ones.
Yeah, so I've been in what, 14? No, 15 years. Yeah, 15 years. Yeah, I mean, there's always an occasion, but I would say the percentage is probably less than if I look at just the people you work with.
Yeah.
Just because like you can't hide who you are and when you're doing events all the time, and it would, and I mean, honestly, if you, with, not that everyone is like a saint that does all the groups, but you have to have a certain sense of, at the very least, fun just being in a costume, you know.
And this desire to share it or show it or whatever. Although, I have come across some folks that are, and I understand the amount of time and effort and in some cases money that goes into these things where they don't want it to get messed up.
Yeah.
But there are some things that, like, I'll very easily hand my 6-foot pole sword to a toddler or a grandmom for a photograph, and if they drop it, okay, they drop it. Like I'm
Well,
okay with
yeah,
it.
and that's when I first looked at blasters. When I first joined, there was a lot of guys making really nice resin blasters, but they were like, "Just don't drop it." I was like, "Yeah, you know what? I think I'll pass on that," because I knew I was going to hand my things to kids, you know. So,
And that's why with my first Mando that I built, I went with a melee weapon because at the time of its creation, I didn't feel comfortable handing a gun replica to a child.
yeah.
Here's yes, I understand a sword is just as much of a weapon as a gun, but it doesn't, for me, it doesn't carry the same significance or the same weight.
Well, and I know, like, when we troop at schools, depending on the district, you have to have a letter from the school that you're allowed to bring weapons. If it's a school function. Now, there's that gray area if it's like a different function on school grounds kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, we always err on the side of no blasters when it comes to that stuff. Because I remember when we used to have shoot a trooper. Blast a trooper like for charity.
Oh yeah, with the Nerf guns and stuff.
Yeah, it used to be called Shoot a Trooper or something like that. And Lucasfilm was like, and this was pre-Disney. Like, I know, and everyone likes to beat up on Disney, but Lucasfilm was like, you got to change that name. And because I was never a fan of Blast a Trooper, only because I think exactly what you were saying, Ken. It took that well, besides the money thing, which I never liked, but it also took that one step further from handing a kid a blaster. Because Lucasfilm there for a while, like there were certain things they didn't want us to initiate. Like, it used to be a lot of times people would want arrested by stormtroopers and stuff like that. And we had a lot of guys would just initiate that. Hey, here, get down on your knees, and I'm going to point my gun at you. And then Lucasfilm, and I think this was before Disney as well, or maybe right after. They were like, don't do that. Like, if someone asks and but don't initiate it and stuff.
Well, now even for the photographs, I don't know if it's in the 501st, but I know in the Mandos, they ask that if you have your blasters in photographs, that you don't point your blaster at the camera, like you point it in a different way, so it's not directly at the person taking the photograph.
Yeah, we were told not to point it at that. And not to point it at a person unless they specifically ask.
Yeah. So in the photo, so you can stand there like Charlie's Angels.
Yep.
But you can't necessarily point it at at yourself or the person in the photograph with you, unless, like you said, they ask for it. You can't have it in any of the official pictures.
Yeah.
So if we take a picture for the group and post it on Facebook or post it on Instagram, it has certain criteria.
And that comes back to what we were saying about caring about your fans, and it's not. I don't think it's. Some of our guys took it as they were trying to make a gun statement, and they weren't trying to make a gun statement at all. They were just trying to look. There's all sensibilities across a swath of America, and even the most hardcore gun person, they might be offended because it's showing unsafe gun practices, and the most liberal person that doesn't like guns just doesn't want something that looks like a gun point, and they're both on the same page. So they're trying to explain to that, but we had a little bit of an upheaval. They tried to make it space Second Amendment rights or something like that, and I don't think anyone was talking about that, because I know that they ask for. Now I think it's got away from it, but there for a while they asked us to any official logos to take the blasters out, because our Karita used to have a stormtrooper pointing a blaster, like that was and then they changed. Now he's like pointing his fist or something like that.
Okay.
And again, that comes down to like I think it comes down to international stuff. It comes down to just they made like we had a couple garrisons that I think they might have even had a Confederate flag on their logo initially, and
Oh wow, hello.
and Lucasfilm was like, nah, take that away.
Well, even for Mando's even gotten to the place where they don't want you to use trophies of a sentient creature. So
yeah, I remember you were saying that. Yeah,
you can't have a Gungan head as
Yeah.
part of your costume or whatever.
yeah, I understand that. I mean, it is even as evil as Vader is, and as evil as a stormtrooper is, it's still a simplistic good versus bad at a child's level. I mean, you can have Obi-Wan Kenobi and all that, the hardcore stuff, but for the average kid, it's just here's my good action figures, and they're going to fight with my bad action figures.
Well, even look at some of the stuff that shows up on screen. So I know we've released some spoilers for the Obi-Wan show. Another spoiler is a stormtrooper gets sliced in half. And if it was done by the same people who did the Saw movies, he'd be sliced in half and his guts would be hanging out, and
Obi-Wan would have been sprayed with blood.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. But that's not how it is. Because it's even though there's fighting in it, that's not the main focus of the fighting.
Right. Well, it is that fantasy play to a certain point, and I think whether George Lucas did it on purpose or not, that having your enemies in costume or having your enemies be battle droids is a lot different than like Saving Private Ryan and you're shooting up whether they're good guys or bad guys,
Yep. What are your thoughts on the fact that Ahsoka is going to be one of the first main characters who's not a human?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's to me that's like pure sci-fi. That's what it's pushing what sci-fi used to do in the '60s. Like they took a problem and spun it around in science fiction to try to teach a lesson. And so is the Ahsoka lesson is going to be that people that look different than me, saying that to everybody, can still be a hero.
Kind of like Spock from Star Trek.
Yeah. Like it's just one of those things where the little stuff that it counts. I mean, and like I'm still a big Ahsoka fan. I attribute it to Zoe. I just saw the look in her eyes when she first saw Ahsoka. And everyone hated Snips and this and that. And man, when she was riding up on that walker up the mountain, racing Sky Guy, come on, that was good.
I wish the Ewok movies got a little bit more attention than they do, because you don't even really hear people talk about them as part of the canon, or even mentioning them as movies so much as they existed, but that's about it.
Yeah, I remember watching them. I think I hadn't bought a copy in a while from Suncoast when Suncoast first opened up, because I was just looking for anything Star Wars, and I had seen the first one, but I had never seen the second one. Who's the guy that plays Mace in that?
Wilford Brimley?
No.
The young guy, guy who played Mace.
He did Zoe's show. He did I forget his name now, but he was a nice guy. But he was pushing, man. He was pushing to get that put on Disney Plus. And if you
Eric Walker.
Yeah, and if you heard Eric Walker and Warwick Davis, they like had a whole bunch of behind the scenes annex and stuff. So, but yeah, that was that was a good.
Yeah, because they had they had witches in those movies, and I don't remember what kind of creature Teak was, but he wasn't an Ewok.
Yeah.
So they had some new creatures in there. They brought the blurgs.
The blurgs, man,
to the world. And thankfully, Dave Filoni saw them because he incorporated them into the cartoons and the Mandalorian.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the stuff he put in Clone Wars, because really that's still George's hand, but that stuff is like, I think that stuff's dictating more where it goes than anything else, because there's a generation that just really, that's the only Star Wars they really watched, you know.
And truthfully, there's more of the Clone Wars than there is of the movies.
Yep.
So if you just count it up by minutes alone,
Yeah.
there are multiple trilogies in the Clone Wars.
Well, and that was also I still think the Clone Wars was also where that was more what George Lucas wanted. Like that serial. I remember me and Zoe, man, we would watch it every week.
There was the serial aspect of it. Every episode of the Clone Wars had a moral at the beginning that they tied into it, and they didn't always refer to it like they used to do with G.I. Joe, where they'd have the episode and then at the end, knowing's half the battle. But they would if you really watched the story, that moral that they showed at the beginning played through.
Yep.
And at the same time, you could watch the episode without having to pay attention to that moral.
Yep. But that little fortune cookie is what kind of it made you understand why they did certain things. Like, it's almost like you wish they would put that in some of these TV shows that people complain about, because then they might get it.
Yes. Or the movies, like the sequel trilogy.
Yeah.
There were so many wonderful lessons built in there, but folks got so feisty about it, and they missed those lessons.
Yeah.
They were more curious about, or more interested in bashing Disney or bashing Kathleen Kennedy or bashing Rian Johnson, to really appreciate what was being put on screen for us.
Yeah, I just remember when The Force Awakens came out, everyone was so excited, and then you got that one person a couple weeks in that said something negative, and it was almost like they pulled their finger out of the hole in the dam and it just burst open. Yep.
Well, my favorite Force Awakens story has to do with our oldest stepson. So we watched it opening night. We saw the first viewing of it opening night. And as we're coming out of the theater, there's a crowd of people trying to get in. He turns to us and says, "Oh, I can't believe they killed Han Solo." We had to tuck him under our elbow, and you got to go. It's time to get out of the building before you get lynched.
Yeah, that's what Zoe did that to Missy too. She spoiled it for Missy, because we went and saw it. Oh man, we went and saw it the Wednesday before, because we trooped it, and then they let us see it the Wednesday before, and then we went to like the midnight showing at whatever, and we had seen it a couple times. And that whole week at school, man, I was like half awake, and that was good. And it's just like if you get to listen to Steele's year by year, it's some of when they're talking about certain years, I remember like such a Star Wars drought, and it's I don't know if it's human nature for some people, but it's like the grass is always greener, but then when you get tons of green grass, you start complaining that it's too green.
Or it's not the right shade of green.
Yeah. And but I just remember, when I saw Return of the Jedi, I just thought it was done. And Return of the Jedi, at least in the people I knew, it wasn't nearly as accepted as people act like it was then. Like, you had when New Hope came out, like the whole world was loving it. And then Empire, you had but then it Return of the Jedi, because people were getting older. There were people that they just wouldn't go see it just because they were older. It was a weird time.
Well, and to that point, I mean, not everybody loved everything. I mean, think about the Ewoks. The Ewoks were not a fan favorite. Like, they were not globally appreciated. In fact, George fought to get the Ewoks in there. He challenged the production team to, he said, dare to be cute.
Yeah.
You know, he wanted them to be a smaller version of the Wookiees and a tribal kind of thing that took on a more powerful, more organized, more technologically advanced force.
Yeah.
And he wanted these cute little teddy bears to help win the day. And not everybody liked the Ewoks.
Well, I think I told you guys before, there used to be it was a magazine. It was like, and it was 50 Things We Hated About Return of the Jedi. It was like one of these I lent it. I know the guy I lent it to because he used to come to my comic book store, and I had it behind my counter. It was just like I'd read it, but like 45 of the things were just Ewoks. Like, you know what I mean? Like it was like number 50 Ewoks, and then it'd be like so and so blah blah blah, and then it'd be it was just the whole magazine was just a bash on Ewoks. But if you ever listen to back to Steele, if you listen to Steele, he talks about when he went to his first comic book convention in Australia, he didn't know people didn't like Ewoks because his experience was like Return of the Jedi is like his favorite movie and stuff, and he didn't know people didn't like it, because he's a little younger than me, but and that's how I felt when Phantom Menace came out. Because I wasn't on the internet all that much. Like, it took forever to load stuff. So I just didn't know people didn't like the Phantom Menace. Like I assumed people were Jar Jar was going to get on a couple people's nerves, but I was just so happy with it. And then you ran into people like, oh yeah, I hated it. So I haven't met many that have, I would say the Revenge of the Sith, I haven't met too many people that hate that one.
This is the greatest film ever created.
I just want to make sure you're still awake.
I'm falling asleep sitting up. I had a long day at work.
That's all right. No, I mean, but that, even with Solo, like Solo is one of those ones that I think is going to eventually, people are going to be like, yeah, it was a good movie. I just hope they figure that out before the guy who played Solo isn't too old to play Solo anymore.
Well, there's still talk of the Lando Chronicles, and the last thing I heard was because Donald Glover is so busy doing so many other things that he just hasn't been available to get involved. And I don't know about what was the
Aaron Wright?
Aaron Wright, yeah. If he's available, but I was under the impression that the two of them and Eunice, I thought they were had signed a multiple kind of movie thing.
That's what I did. That's what I thought too. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's that could also be for Lando. It could be just because he might be busy because they didn't give those guys a fair shake. I don't think the fans. I don't think. I mean, I know people say, well, Disney. I still blame the fans more than Disney because you can go to people are like, well, they released it too soon. You know what? People still go to the movies. It's not like, well, I only go to 2 a year. And, if you would have released it at Christmas, I think they would have still been, they were just some bitter people that were trying.
Yeah, you bet.
It was Memorial Day weekend.
I know.
And when you hear about or you read about Solo, they talk about that one as the movie that bombed. And when you look at the facts, it was still very successful, more successful than many other movies that came out that year. But that's the bomb of the Star Wars movies. Yeah,
and they did a lot of merch for that. That there was a lot of Solo merch that I saw people wearing. I mean, I think Star Wars gets put on a different standard too.
Right.
Which is not fair to them.
Yeah.
And I think it's looked at as a bomb for the sake of it was released at a time where you had Avengers Infinity War, Deadpool 2, and Solo in theaters at the exact same time.
Yeah.
Trust me, working through that was hell on earth. Because, I mean, kids getting out of school, you have 3 of the most popular franchises out there. I mean, technically 2 because Deadpool is Marvel, but tomato. Anyway, 3 of the most popular movies at the time out together. It was not a fun couple months.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, if people they want to paint it as a failure, and I think um, it was a good movie, and it's a good movie to rewatch. Like, it's a fun movie to rewatch. Like, if you rewatch certain movies, there's that lull in the middle where you're like, why am I rewatching this thing? But Solo, man, like, they're when they're almost through, when I'm like, oh, this is a good movie.
Yeah, I mean, and it doesn't set the world on fire. It's not the most groundbreaking thing of all time, but it's fun. It's entertaining.
And the Easter eggs in that movie are good.
Oh yeah.
Well, I still have yet to have anybody accurately describe what they mean by bomb, other than they say it bombed. Like, I don't like, what does that even mean? Like,
Yeah.
Truly, what are you talking about? And of all of the Star Wars, not including the Ewok movies, Solo was probably filled with the most weird stuff of all of them. Other than very little references to the Force or whatever. It was about one non-Force using guy trying to make his way through the galaxy.
And they had to take a character like Harrison Ford's character, and honestly, that was my biggest worry going in, that I wasn't going to accept that guy as Solo. I was in, like, you know what I mean? Like, it didn't take much, like,
Yeah, it didn't take deep fake.
No.
CGI. It didn't take the whatever they're using to do the voice. As long as you walk in and say, this is Han Solo.
Yep.
And you just sat down and accepted that this is Han Solo. Okay, I'm along for the ride.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think it helps that Alden Ehrenreich, he got the look, the demeanor, and the mannerisms of Han Solo down without looking like he was just straight parroting.
Yep.
Harrison Ford.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's how I felt with him. And then the other, I mean, I didn't even think of Lando. Like, Lando was remarkable. I mean, he was a fan favorite they talked about making him Lando forever, And yeah, he did a good Lando, did a good Chewie. It just was just good. It was, I think also all that behind the scenes stuff that, you hear this director, that director. I always like, I'm glad we live in the age we live in and you can find out stuff. But sometimes, like, I get tired of hearing that. Because, again, if you think back of any movies back before you had all that, imagine what we would have heard, like, with George Lucas fighting the studio when New Hope was being made.
Oh, yeah.
If all that would have come out, like, every day,
Well, what I mean? How about the idea of George and his wife going through that awful divorce?
Yeah.
Where she had an affair with the person who was working on Skywalker Ranch. That kind of stuff. I mean,
yep.
That shouldn't have any bearing on what shows up on screen and whether you enjoy it or not.
Right.
Right. Or how about, George Lucas just essentially giving the directorial rights over to Irvin Kershner.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
About his health. I mean, that would have been, front page.
Yeah, that would have been Star Wars is ruined.
Right.
Yep.
Well, yeah, and like, yeah, that's just the characters, and the stories of Star Wars is more. It's deeper than just the one person, which is, I think, what makes it stay around. And
I would love to see the stuff for Solo that never made it. The stuff that the pre Ron Howard stuff, or the Colin Trevorrow stuff for Rise of Skywalker. I would love to see that stuff. Not from the perspective of, would this be better? Was this a better movie with it? But just to see what went into it, because so much time, effort, and energy was put into it, whether talking about costumes or set design or props or even just the story in and of itself. I'd love to see that, but I don't think it'll ever, see the light of day. Just like we probably will never see the cartoon Detours, even though Seth Green says that dozens of episodes of that were created and ready to be launched. But when Disney bought Lucasfilm, they said, "Yeah, we're not gonna put that out there."
Well, and the Yeah, the other thing what people forget is Kathleen Kennedy and the higher ups in Lucasfilm were smart enough and brave enough to say, "Hey, you know what? This isn't good. We got to fix it like midstream." How many movies come out and you watch it and you think, "Man, someone should have said something." You know what I mean?
Well, do you remember AI?
Yeah.
You know, it was Stanley Kubrick did some of it, and then partway through they had another director, and you can almost draw a line partway through the movie where you could tell it
Yeah.
was two different directors. But I didn't get that sense from Solo, and I definitely didn't get that sense from Rise of Skywalker that this belonged to this director and this
Right.
other part belonged to somebody else.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's what's again that's something that everyone likes to beat up on Kathleen Kennedy, but she was brave enough to do that, you know. So
And to that end, if it wasn't up to their standards, we would never see it.
right,
You know, so
right,
people use Last Jedi as one of those examples of, Disney putting out bad movies. Well, if Disney didn't want to put out The Last Jedi, they would not have.
right.
You know, if they thought Rian Johnson did such a poor job, that movie would have never seen screen time.
Oh, definitely. Well, yeah. Well, there is always those people that say it's going to, they're going to not count them. There's always those people. They're going to get rid of them. They're not going to count.
Oh, the World Between Worlds. It's not going to be canon anymore.
Yeah.
It's just legends.
Well, was it The Force Awakens where somebody had put together like a Kickstarter campaign to redo the whole movie or something like that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What was that? That was what was that? What was that? What was that sign? Like you had to sign a petition. What was the website? It was like
Change.org.
Change.org. There we go.
Yeah, that's it. They did the same thing for Game of Thrones.
Oh, yeah, for the last season.
Yeah.
And from my perspective, just because you watch a movie or watch lots of movies or watch a movie lots of times, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're a filmmaker.
Right.
Or an acting coach or a special effects guru or any of those kind of things.
Yeah, and
no more than me.
I hate to say it, but a petition. The Disney doesn't care.
I know.
I mean, just to be blunt, they don't give a shit that you signed a petition to remake $1 billion movie.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's just head scratching.
Well, yeah, I forget what that one. I forget the petition that they had though. I look it up. It was worded. I don't know. I'm just seeing if I can find it. What was it?
Yeah, I'll never understand that mentality. Or even when the special editions came out back in the late 90s, where folks were saying that George Lucas had no right to change these movies. Yeah, well, that's my favorite. George Lucas raped my childhood. Yeah, like, come on. You're taking this a little bit far. Like, I can remember standing, in a Target in the toy section and somebody making that comment to me about J.J. Abrams and Rian Johnson. It feels like he was punched in the face and they robbed his, they stole his childhood from.
Was that Anthony? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that was a different Target conversation.
What, did you just sit in Target and talk to people?
Well, what's funny is Target used to be our date nights on Friday nights. So when the boys were younger, we would drop them off with their dad on Friday nights, and on the way home, we would just stop at Target and we'd spend a half an hour walking around and picking up things we needed for the weekend and checking out Star Wars toys. And I was often wearing a Star Wars t-shirt and often looking at Star Wars toys, and I would get in random conversations with people in the store. And not all of them were positive ones. At one point, Heather grabbed me by the elbow and says, "I think it's time for us to go."
Well, so here's what I'll show you this. Let me see. So these people wrote a petition to get the sequels, whatever. So I did one as a reply to theirs a couple years ago. Let me see if I can show you. And I just worded it exactly like they worded it.
Sal's hair.
Yeah, because I did it as Sal Paralysis' hair, because Sal would be upset if he had to cut his hair when he was caning.
Oh my goodness, I did not know.
Oh wow, you typed the whole manifesto here, didn't you?
No, I took what they did for the sequels and I reworded it to fall in line with his hair.
Please don't let this haircut stand. Don't do this to us. Don't take something so many of us love so much and destroy it like this. Let us keep our...
Oh my.
Oh my.
So
word.
before John was trolling people on TikTok, I was trolling people on Change.org.
How did you manage to get 82 people to sign that?
I don't know.
How did you manage to not tell us about this until now, John?
I just remembered it when it came up.
Does it still exist? Can we go there now and sign this petition?
Yeah, you can go sign it now.
Display my name and comment. Oh my goodness.
It's 4 years ago.
Is actually... Oh, there are more comments.
There's two. There's at least two. Oh, view all reasons for signing. And there's only two.
I personally feel attacked at Cannon's haircut. Wow.
Oh my goodness. We should do one of these because Kitster never got a toy made of him.
Yeah.
Where's Kitster in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show?
Yeah, well, they should make the fake Jedi. That would have been a perfect place to put Kitster.
Well, I think he may have been working in the hotel at that point.
Oh, okay.
So he had a job on Tatooine.
Yeah, I wish I could find the original one that I copied the text from.
Can you just look up Star Wars at Change?
I couldn't find it. I was trying to find it.
Oh, okay.
Do you realize how many Star Wars petitions there probably are?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot.
2.
Fire
Many.
Kathleen Kennedy. Get rid of Kathleen Kennedy. You know what I mean?
Decanonize the sequels.
I hope Kathleen is listening to this and she knows how much we appreciate her.
Mm-hmm. Whatever. Like I said, I took the one that someone wrote and I just pasted it and then I just changed sentences to make it like you're talking about Kanan's hair.
Well, I like the fact that you said that Rebels is all about two things. And that's Rebels and Kanan's cool hair. Like that's what the whole series is.
Well, because I think that's how they started. I think that's how they started theirs. So I was penned in by whatever the original Star Wars one. So I had to crowbar it in.
Oh my goodness. We need to bring this back on our site and we need to get you to 100 signers so you can get featured in recommendations.
The other thing is I went Amazon. There is a Star Wars documentary on the UK garrison of the 501st on Amazon.
Really?
Thanks there, Mark. Yeah, so you have to pay for it, right? So I'm usually pretty cheap, but I was just sitting there. I was like, what the hell? So I watched it, and I wouldn't pay for it again. It was okay, but I was just curious because the UK garrison has gotten a lot of flack in the past. But they showed some of the work they did, but it was it would have been a good documentary. It's the second 501st documentary that I've seen that people need to just edit a little more. Like, it was long. It could have probably been made like a half hour shorter at least. Like, like they showed some of the charity, but and they showed like them in the hospital visiting kids. But it just seems like they lingered on, without any message.
Gotcha.
So, but the one thing I did learn about the UK, Garrison, is they have a giant account of money. Like, they collect money and then write big checks out to charity events, which I don't know how I feel about that, but I just thought that was an odd
I thought that
thing.
was a big no-no.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I thought too. But I think England falls under a different, because they said something in the documentary like they're the only one in the world due to something, but it didn't really make sense. Like either how they were formed, So, because it comes back down to the charity when we were talking about in the groups. I still think the best work we do is the stuff that doesn't have dollar signs attached to it.
Or if the dollars go directly to it. So if you get $5 in, the $5 goes out. Not $5 goes in and $2.50 goes out. Because I think sometimes what happens is it has a tendency, especially if that savings grows and grows and grows, there's more possibility for, sneaky underhanded things happening.
I think 77 has my number.
Are we going to be filming some of this Tuscan build this weekend? Speaking
We
of
should.
movies,
We should. No, yeah, I agree with you what you said about the money part. My best experiences with the Legion is when we collected no money. It's because it seems like when we started doing Blaster Trooper and the money would go straight to the charity, that's when the headaches started. Because like one time they couldn't get, like, they had it written in our garrison thing that our guys aren't allowed to handle money, right? So it has to be a representative from the charity taking the money. Well, then the one time the charity couldn't get someone there. And so then they had to finagle, okay, we're going to get this person who's a squire who's not in our group. They're going to, you know what I mean? Like, and that's like one step away from soon someone will be collecting money. And then
it just disappears.
Well, I sometimes feel with the money, like anytime you hear, like we had a member. Oh, this had to be in 2008 when I first joined. They did a run of hockey jerseys, right? And the hockey jerseys were like $150 each, right?
Oh, wow.
But they're nice. I have one. The only problem is you can only wear it when it's like freezing cold out because it'll bake you alive. But they're really nice. They're nice and heavy, and they're just really cool. What happened was this lady collected all this money for these, and then all of a sudden the money went missing. And so, and then she finally got the money back, and she got kicked out of the Legion and all this stuff. And I find that like a lot of those type things happen, and it's not a bad person. It's just a person put in a situation that money like can make something go wrong. Like if you're Joe, if she's collecting, if she has $5,000 sitting in an envelope in her house for people paying for their jerseys, and all of a sudden she gets her washing machine goes out, she's thinking, okay, well look, I'm just going to take washing machine money, fix it, but I get paid Friday, and then I'll just put it right back.
Yeah.
And
well, I remember as a kid, we'd sell candy bars for Boy Scouts or school or whatever. And so I'd have a box of candy bars in my house. I'll just eat that one candy bar.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
You know you owe them $12.
Yeah, I owe them $12 for a candy bar I could have gotten at the store for 50 cents, but it's here. Humans do that kind of stuff.
Right. And then I've seen that happen to people. And I've also seen it happen where people then start justifying expenses. Like, oh, hey, I trooped all day and we collected this money. So, you know what? They should buy me something to eat. Or they should, you know,
Yeah.
and then it just, that line just gets pushed. And I still believe, and I said it when I ran for office in the Legion, sometimes the best charity is that helping
Time.
someone and you don't even know you helped them. It could be that father who had a bad day at work. It could be that mother who had a bad week. It could be that kid who's being picked on at school. It could be yourself. You could have just had the worst week ever, and you're under your bucket smiling because you helped kids. You know, and to me, that's what always makes the costuming group stand out. You know, and parents like it. Like I always like when parents are amazed that we don't charge them for pictures. You know, you and I are in armor standing taking pictures with, and then there's Joe, famous cosplayer, and I say famous in quotes, charging kids $5 for a signed picture of themselves. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep. In a similar costume to what we're wearing.
right. And that's to me, like, if when I watched that documentary and I'm not knocking the UK, I'm sure they do tons of wonderful things with that money, but you know, again, that I think of the charity at a different, you know, most of these places, like we do Blaster Trooper, if we do like $800, like they're jumping for joy, like we do $800 for a weekend. That $800 I'm sure helps, but in the scheme of things, is there something we can do for free? Like if parents pay all that money to get into a con, wouldn't it be cooler if we had cool photos set up that the kids could come get pictures without parents paying a dime?
Yep.
You know,
Absolutely.
and that's why I love, man, when we're giving them cards, people are like, what? This is free? You know what I mean? They're just like, you know.
Well, this is going to sound silly, but one of my coolest experiences related to that was, so I had gone to an event and this little guy and his dad came up to me, and I don't know if I've told you the story. I apologize if I have. And he came up to me with a sticker. His mom is an artist and makes stickers, and one of the stickers that she made is a Boba Fett helmet with flowers on it. And he came up to give me this sticker as a gift.
Yeah.
And I took my helmet off because I wanted him to know I was a real person and thank him for that. And so I got a picture with him and his dad. And after the event, I went up and hung out with the family at the mom's booth and was talking with her. And I commissioned her to make some stickers for me. And so we met after she had done the stickers, and I was picking up my stickers from them, and the dad went to show me something on his phone, and his home screen was the picture of the three of us.
Yeah.
So like that,
yeah,
to me,
yeah.
I still get goosebumps. You think like, so here's this dad who had gone with his son to this event, and I'm on his home screen photo on his camera as a moment that was important for them.
Yeah, yeah.
And you can't see me. It's not Ken that they took the picture of.
Right.
It's Kenix, the Star Wars character.
Well, and that's where I think people forget. And you know, again, I'm not knocking any of the places that collect money and stuff, but I do think the groups do better when they don't. Because you know, I also think because when you handle money for charity, when you handle things, there are people that are trained to take care of that. And the average person is just not saying everyone's a thief, and I know people wouldn't do it, and I know I probably wouldn't do it, but I would never say never, because you know what I mean? Like I've seen people just make
tempted.
Yeah, just make dumb mistakes at dumb times, you know. And I also think it just says much more. It used to be so much nicer to say to people, yeah, we don't collect any money. Like we were just like, yeah, we'll just come do it. Like now, because I know like we're doing that troop, you know, in Perryville in July for my friend, and he's like, well, tell me who to do. I said, you don't got to donate to anybody. I said, well, we'll gladly do it, because I know he's not making any money doing it, and Parks and Rec's not paying him much, so I'm not going to take $200 of his donated money to some other charity. It's just you know, just everything doesn't have to be about that.
Sometimes it's just the experience.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
how many people get to meet a Star Wars?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, and especially, I mean, now, but even before everything went to crap, there's many times I've been to library events where the librarian will say these kids have never got to go to a movie. You know, because it's like a super poor town. So they'll have like movie night. That's the first time some of these kids get the closest to going to a movie. You know, so. And I don't know if I see Fordo's back, but I don't know if he knows I bought clone armor. So if you were on when we were talking earlier, so one more project that'll probably get done in like 6 years. They're gonna have a lot of stuff to bury me in when I get older. I'll have to have like a multi-day funeral. You know, here he is in his half-done Vader.
Or we could just set up mannequins all down the aisle.
Yeah,
you know, to your viewing.
As a costume, okay, Ken, what's your thoughts on the overuse of mannequins as a costumer when you go to see costuming groups displays?
The overuse? What do you mean by overuse?
Well, like I see, it seems like lately I've gone to places, and it used to be if you went to any of the costuming groups, there'd be 15, 20 people crowded around in their costumes getting pictured. Yep. And it seems lately I've seen less and less people and just more mannequins. Did people just buy mannequins and put their stuff? I don't, you know.
I think that is being done to compensate for the fact that they can't always get folks to show up.
Yeah, okay.
You know, so like for instance, we'll use you as an example. You probably have several costumes, but you can't wear them all at one time. So you could have 3 of your costumes on display while you're in one. So now they have, you know, the picture of you and then the pictures of the other stuff. I also think that it's possible that they could use the mannequin, depending on who's at the table, they could use the mannequin as a way to entice people to join the group so they can build this costume.
Yeah.
You know, so this allows them to touch it in a way that they can't touch it when it's on a person. Like, oh, see, this is made out of this material, and this is how it attaches. And if you come to our next armor party, we can show you how to make this part.
Okay,
so I think
you convinced me, Ken. I was just worried.
But I think in some cases what does happen is they use the mannequins as an easy fix. You know, Heather and I recently went to the Fan Strike Back in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
It's this whole setup where it's mostly collectible figures, you know, like the Hot Toys and the Gentle Giant figures. And there was many, many costumes there, but it was, you know, mannequin. And we paid money to get in and see all these things. And I took 752 pictures that normal people would not take. You know, I'm going behind them. How does this belt attach, and what is this thing made of? You know, so. But yeah, I think in some ways, in some cases, mannequins are overused.
Yeah, I was at Celebration and they had the nice setup of all the mannequins, which was nice, but I didn't see as many people at the costuming groups.
Yeah, and I still. In Celebrations past, I remember them doing like full-scale videos of the Mandalorian Merc setup or the Rebel Legion setup or whatever, and I haven't been able to stumble across many of those things on YouTube at all.
Yeah, they were and this is another one of my. They were crowded, like they had a good setup, but they were so close together that it was hard to get unless you were the person right in front getting the picture of your specific people. It was hard to get a picture because just the way it was set up. It was just space-wise, it was like, here's Rebel Legion's picture area here. And then so they had a Rebel base set up, which was really cool, but it was like a tight little window. And then right next to it was the Mandalorian throne.
Was there no other space available in the
it was just how they set it up. It seemed like they wanted the fan groups to kind of circle the stage. Which was kind of cool, but I don't think they thought of. It was one of those things that looked probably really good when there wasn't any people there. They're like, look, we got them this, you know what I mean? But then once some people got there, it wasn't, because the Mandalorians before had that nice spread with the jail cell and the throne and the speeder. And all that stuff. So yeah, that was. I mean, and I also think you can't really judge much by the Anaheim thing, just because I think because the dates kept getting changed, it kind of I can't imagine the people that have to bring the big stuff. It's probably a lot more planning than just jumping on a plane and
Yeah.
So
What's one big prop you'd want to see made, John?
Like by me personally?
Just in general,
Well,
or if we went together and did a group project, what do you think would be a cool thing to build?
I mean, I still want Boba Fett's throne. I keep seeing people make them.
From the book of Boba Fett?
Yeah.
So Mike has a friend from the Karita Garrison who made one.
yeah, man, I saw him at Celebration too. That is, my mind just went blank. Andrew, he built. He's a woodworker by I don't know by trade, but at least by hobby. Like he's like has all that woodworking stuff. But his stuff is always like it's probably built like a real throne. Like you could probably 6 people could probably run into it and it wouldn't hurt it. Because his stuff is solid. But yeah, Andrew Gilbert. If you follow him on Facebook or social media, so I think he's our GML too. I think he's the GML for Karita as well. That's the guy who approves your costumes and stuff for Karita. He's a good guy. But yeah, he does all big props. Like he does some really cool stuff. Yeah, and I just like I think the one thing I think people need to learn in the costuming groups, and which was I think was nice for the guys in Delaware I was just at, that they were very good at not clumping together. Because if you're not careful when the costume, I don't know if it's happened to the Mando Mercs. If you're not careful when you're standing there, everyone tends to stand together. And so you can only get one picture at a time. Like one person has a choice of, you can have a picture with everybody or you'll have to wait till we're done. Where we used to always spread out, so look, hey, get a picture of a stormtrooper. Or you'd stand, like if there's a Vader, you'd have 2 stormtroopers and Vader standing there. But
I wish we would do a better job of orchestrating it, to that in mind. Because even at Fan Expo, that was a really weird setup. You had the Mandos on one side, there was a table set up here, and then the 501st were on the back side, and very rarely did they go to the other.
Yeah, that was a weird. That was one of those setups too. I think looked better on paper. Like they're probably like, look, they can just go around and put all these Star Wars characters, and then you had the cosplay stars, where if they would have just switched our location, like if they would have put you guys in that line, and it would have probably worked out better.
And I wish the groups would spend more time interacting with each other, because if they know they're going to go, instead of having 3 separate setups, what can we do together? So if they are close by, we can have that intermingling. So we have the Jedi with the Stormtrooper with the Mando, instead of, okay, over here is just 3 Mandos randomly clumped together, who don't always know how to pose for pictures, and the 2 Jedi, and over here we have the TIE pilot and a Vader. And so how can we organize them so that there's more of that connectivity between the groups instead of the separation?
Yeah, well, that's where I think the groups they almost need like a liaison, because I think sometimes the groups are always fighting to be the top dog, and I know in Pennsylvania for the longest time, like when I joined the 501st, Rebel Legion was years behind us. Like people, like they showed up and their costumes they didn't really have the same quality. Like you could say, and the Mando Mercs were way behind us too. And I think sometimes, at least in the part of Pennsylvania I'm at, the 501st forgets everyone's caught up. Like now everyone has good, and then so sometimes they get in standards wars. Like you'll have like a guy will get approved as a Rex in the Rebel Legion, and then the 501st around where I live, they won't let him in just to prove that their standards are higher. You know what I mean?
Well, I actually kind of got dressed down by a member of the 501st at the Thanksgiving Day parade.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I was in my Mando, and so my armor is made out of Sintra, heat formed Sintra.
Yeah.
And he comes up to me and he's like tapping my shoulder, but I was like, "That looks pretty flimsy." I'm like, "What do you mean pretty flimsy? You're wearing vacuum formed AVS. What do you mean flimsy?" He's like, "Yeah, I don't think that's going to stop a blaster bolt." And I said, "I hope you're joking, because you're not going into space in that costume either. Like, what are you talking about?"
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know if he was attempting to be funny and it wasn't coming across that way, or if he was just being, an elitist jerk that I'm in the 501st and you're not.
Well, and again,
I couldn't really tell.
It's not all of the 501st, but there again, at least in our area, there's people that forget, because the first Mando I saw when I first joined, like custom Mando, he literally looked like he cut out from a plastic tub. Like you could still see the, whatever sterilite thing, like it, but that's what it was back. I mean, that was in 07 or whenever I first saw him. But then in a few years, again, I don't see any costuming group that's behind anybody. Like, and in some ways, like the Mandos have, it's when I finally join, I'll have to learn how to pronounce all these stupid Mandalorian words that you guys know. But they got like apostrophes everywhere, and Zoe, like Zoe's, that's like her religion, man. The Mando Merc, she's all about it, and it's just they're all in their own way,
And because of things like the internet and 3D printing, everyone, like you said, is elevated. So I can order something from France that somebody printed, molded, or whatever, and get it here, in the amount of time it would take me to make it myself.
Well, in 3D printing, though, even though I love 3D printing, I still like molded stuff better. It's just, but what I think 3D printing did was it didn't have all of us being held hostage by the few costume makers.
Yep.
Because 10 years ago, unless you knew how to sculpt and vacuum form and whatever, you were just whoever was out there. You just had to pay what they said, and you had to just trust that the quality was good. And when Anovos first hit, Anovos, whether you got your stuff or not, but the original run, their stuff was good. And it put a lot of these guys who had been making TK armor for like 20 years, they had to start making good stuff. Because it used to be you call Joe Schmo Stormtrooper guy and you just hope that he used the right molds. Because I remember when I ordered earpieces for my Sand Trooper, I ordered 4 because the guy was known for making them so badly. I was just hoping out of 4 I'd get 2 that I could use. And I got 3 that I could use, but one was I just threw in the trash as soon as I got it because they used their molds too long. But then when the Novos came, the prices came down a little bit and the stuff got a lot better. Places like Walt's Trooper Factory and a couple others sprung up and make really good stuff.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what is that reasonable price point for something. So if I get this thing from that place and it's $12 and that place over there is selling it for $24, is that $24 one necessarily better than the $12 one? I don't know enough about what is what. Is that person selling it for $24 railroading me, or is that person selling it for $12 underselling themselves?
Well, I know with selling helmets, like when I was selling helmets, mine were usually half of what people were selling them for. Like I paid a lot of money for her first Sabine helmet. I have never made a helmet as bad as that helmet was made when I got it. Like even my first try, even the Ketsu that was heavy, that thing was so inconsistent inside. I was grinding away, just hoping I didn't mess up the T-visor when I got, because it was one side of the T-visor was like almost a half-inch thick of resin, and the other one was just barely thick enough that if I hit it once, I would have knocked the T-visor apart.
Oh, wow.
And that was a lot of money, but he was the only one that made Sabine helmets back then.
Yeah.
So I had, so a lot of it's hit or miss. But again, there's certain ones like I know that the costuming groups try to stay out of endorsing things, but you can, if you go into the detachments, at least at the 501st, they won't endorse ones, but they will put on a watch list of ones that are really crappy.
Gotcha.
But it's a fine line. Like when I make stuff, when I started making stuff with Marty, one of our things we decided was we don't take a penny until the run is done.
Nice.
Like if I'm going to do a run of stuff, I'm going to put the money up out of my own pocket, and then sell it once it's made, because I have bought from so many places where you have to wait 6-8 months to a year for something.
Yeah.
And to me, that's just not. And it comes back to what we were saying, where you get all this money. The longer you have someone's money and you don't have their stuff to them, something can go wrong.
Yep.
And I hate to because I've had molds tear. And imagine if I do a run of 10 helmets and the second one the mold tears, I got to figure something out for the next 8.
Hey John, before you head off to go to sleep, we're going to be recording on Monday for the Forces Behind Star Wars, and our episode's all on Rogue One. What do you want us? What are some things you want to hear us talk about related to Rogue One?
Sorry, I am falling asleep.
Hey, we have 4 watchers right now, though. So if the 4 people watching can chime in, it'll keep John awake.
Yeah.
Or John, you can send it, text it to me or whatever, and you can head off, and Mike and I'll stay on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I will. I'll have to get that to you via text.
Okay.
So yeah, I've been up since 3:00 this morning. So
Get some rest, man, because you got to drive out here in a week and a half. So
right.
Yeah. Wear your dancing shoes.
Right. All right, gentlemen.
Well, Best Car Bucket. When's the next episode before you go? You got one coming in?
Not this week, but probably next week. So
So after the Tuscan build.
Probably. I gotta get Jess to. What's that?
Any sizzle on what it's about?
It's gonna be the original trilogy.
Nice.
So we did the prequels. We're gonna do the originals. I just gotta get Jess to watch the original trilogy again.
I do have audio recorders, so if you see someone you want to interview during the party, you can. And then Arc77 saying my favorite statement right there. Hey, off topic, but that's my favorite sentence.
All right, sleep well, John.
Later, John.
See you guys.
Bye.
I'm waiting, Arc. What's off topic? In Georgia, okay. To where they make Marvel movies? I'm trying to guess what the question is.
Star Wars places in Georgia.
Star Wars that were filmed? Or like shops? No. I do not. I drove through Georgia a couple times and bought peanuts.
Which part of Georgia? Like Atlanta, Georgia?
I honestly, so I would check your local comic book shops. Like, to be honest with you, because a lot of those comic book shops, you find some gems in there.
Yeah, or vintage stores too.
Yeah, but if you go to like some of the comic book shops, like they might have like some weird Star Wars stuff that's been sitting in the store, because that's when you find the best things, especially since there's nothing really current going on with Star Wars. Like there's no big like toy pushes right now. But we'll ask around. I can't think of any shops. And where's that one that's called like, there's one that uses like a Star Wars name as a toy store, but I was thinking it was in the South, but I don't know if it was in one of the Carolinas.
I'm not sure.
You can always drive down the Disney and go to their downtown Disney and go to their. Don't they have the Star Wars?
They got a depot kind of thing.
Depot. And you know what? We have a Disney outlet here in Lancaster, and they get some. There's some gems that come through there too sometimes.
There's a place in Marietta, Georgia called Plastic Empire.
There you go.
That's a regular old toy store.
Rogue One. You're going to talk about Rogue One?
Yeah, that'll be our next episode.
That's a good movie too. And I think them adding the Force to it, I liked. I think initially they weren't going to have the Force or something when they first thought about it, but I liked that we saw a different side of the Force. Like
Yep, I agree with you on that.
without the dog, because that's probably a more George Lucas thing. Because if you look at what George Lucas did to the Jedi and stuff, it was more of a commentary almost on how bad they were because of their dogma.
Well, that's why I think I would love to do an episode on the teachings of the Jedi versus the lessons of the Jedi, because they're not necessarily one and the same.
Yeah. Well, and I think I've always said it, like with the balance, like when you hear the prophecy of the one that'll bring balance to the Force. At first glance, that's like, okay, that means there's balance means we have 2 good guys and 2 bad guys, or 5 good guys and 5 bad guys. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like at the surface level, that's. But then I always think of, and I might have said it here before, or maybe I was talking to Zoe. Every conversation is Star Wars, so I forget where I say it. But if your body is in balance, it doesn't mean 3 of your organs have cancer and 3 don't. Your body is in balance when you don't have cancer. So
or if the cancer is not causing any consequence, because you can have benign cancer.
Right. But yeah, and so when they say that the chosen one's going to bring balance to the Force, well, to me, that's almost like one of those. You could almost, like when you get a horoscope that's horribly terrible or good, that was put there. That could be, anyone could be the chosen one, because it didn't say like the chosen one was the one with the most midichlorians. It just said the chosen one. I mean, I never saw all the text, because as Yoda said, it's not a real page turner, but it didn't. There wasn't a criteria for it. So already your prophecy has it could be anyone.
Yeah, and actually, I know I've shared this with you before, and I'll say it again. I think the prophecy refers to each of us. So whether you're a Jedi or a Sith, or a witch on Dathomir, or the broom boy in The Last Jedi, each of us chooses how we use that Force. Each of us chooses whether we do something that's selfless or selfish. And sometimes we make a decision that's selfish. I mean, let's take, for instance, you're hungry and I'm hungry, and I have one piece of bread left. Do I divide it in half, or do I keep it for myself? Because if I die, I can't help you.
Right.
So do I eat it for my sake to help you do something else, or do I, split it up, or do I give it to you and then I suffer? So I really think that prophecy could be interpreted that each sentient being across the galaxy brings balance to the Force.
Right.
And even to the idea of the use of the Force isn't necessarily good or bad, right or wrong. So, for instance, Palpatine talked about using the Force to prevent death. And it was presented in a way that was the dark side of the Force.
Right.
However, if we flash forward a few years and you see Grogu using the Force to keep Greef Karga alive, or Rey using the Force to keep the Sand Snake alive, or Rey using the Force to keep Ben Solo alive, was she using the dark side of the Force? I mean, because she essentially kept those people from dying.
Yeah.
Which is what Palpatine had talked about earlier, and was positioned that's a dark side thing.
Well, and it goes from what Obi-Wan said, his certain point of view. And I think, just like you said with the individual thing, even going back to what I was saying about the costuming groups and money, once you get a lot of people involved, then interpretation has long-term consequences for a certain group of people.
Yep.
And so when you have these vague translations, which you could probably, look at George Lucas pushing that narrative either against organized religion or organized governments, but you have these big changes that could be a big problem for certain people, and so you just keep things vague. So you don't want things to change. Certain people don't want things to change, and certain people want things to change all the time. They don't want to share power and art
or resources.
Yeah. So
because some folks do live from that perspective of scarcity. So if we take money, for instance, if you have money and I have money, then I should probably try to get more than you. Right. Or if you have more than me, then there's a problem.
Right.
This idea there's only so much of it to go around. Where in truth, there should be enough money for all of us to be comfortable and to be able to do what we need to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and yeah, I mean, that's, again, I think the Jedi suffered from reading more into the Force than that was there as a group.
Yes, and that's, like you said, where it became dogma. It became more about the rules than the actual practice of the rules.
Right. Because then all the rules, like, they were peacekeepers until they were needed for war.
Yes.
But if right before the Clone Wars started, if one or two Jedi would have went out to be fighters, then they would have been terrible. And they were there to fight, like in Phantom Menace. They were all about good, but they couldn't send someone to save those on Tatooine. And then they definitely, even Qui-Gon, as much as everyone loves Qui-Gon, he said, "I'm not here to free slaves."
Well, yeah, and that was part of the, going back to the idea of the rules. He was told to do a certain thing, and that's what he was sticking to.
Yep.
He was simply trying to get home, and the fact that he happened upon Tatooine was outside of what he was told to do, so he's not going to do it.
Well, and that's what I think made Anakin so much better at the Clone Wars too, is because he was one of the few people that could think on his feet, compared to the rest.
And it's interesting that they categorized Qui-Gon as the rebellious Jedi. So he knew the rules and also knew that if he crossed it too far this way or too far that way, he'd be breaking them. But he knew how to kind of maneuver, and stay closer to the rules than to one extreme or the other.
Yeah, he was like the rebellious one, but not very rebellious.
Yeah,
until they met Anakin, I guess. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan had like a secret family, with what's her name?
Satine?
Satine, yeah.
Well, that's the rumor. I don't think he really had.
No. Corky Kenobi is the rumor.
Well, do you think? Let me ask it. Who do you think is Kenobi's brother?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a very George Lucas-esque kind of phrase, because it was just said and kept moving on. Similar to, I knew your father from the Clone Wars, and then he just, you know what I mean? Like,
well, in the original drafts, Obi-Wan Kenobi did have a brother.
It was Owen, right?
I thought so. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the originals back in the 70s.
Yeah, because when I was a kid, I remember thinking that Obi-Wan and Owen were brothers.
And I can't remember if
Yeah.
they had that in the novelization or not, or if it was just in the early scripts.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I'd be curious to know, because that's a line was that a line they just threw out there just to get us talking, or is that like, are we going to see something about that in the next, next week? Are we going to see that in the next movie?
Well, I don't think we'll see it next. Like I definitely don't think we'll see it in the
No.
last episode. And I do think it is to get us talking, and keep us talking.
I think they're going to have to do a series eventually on the damage that the Jedi did by just taking people.
Well, I wonder if that's going to come out in either the High Republic or if it's going to come out somehow in the Acolyte.
Yeah.
Because that's really when the damage was inflicted. And what's also interesting about it, just like the villains think they're doing what's right. So when you hear, Palpatine saying that we can finally have peace, when the war is over and we've destroyed the Jedi, we can finally have peace. So after we've killed all these people, then we can have peace. He thought he was doing the right thing, and the Jedi over time fooled themselves into believing that what they were doing was right.
Yeah.
Because from their perspective, it was better to have these Force-sensitive children trained by us in how to use the Force, because we know what's good and what's right, what's helpful versus what's dangerous. If we just leave them alone, they have the potential to use this power for awful things, not realizing that the very thing they were attempting to prevent from happening, they encouraged happening, not necessarily in the same pace, but it did end up happening.
Well, do you think that, like, I don't know what the new canon is, but is it possible the Sith were born out of what the Jedi missed?
I don't know if it's about what they missed or if it was what they were willing to do that the Jedi weren't.
But I'm saying, like imagine if you were a Force-sensitive person and you see these monks coming and taking children. So you run and hide, and then you don't have any training, so you try to, I just wonder if it's like that whole Batman versus Joker thing, like because of Batman you have Joker, but now Joker, what, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, and I don't know if one creates the other necessarily, but yeah, that's a very interesting, path to walk down.
Because the Sith, at a certain point, the Jedi too, and hopefully we'll see it more like High Republic or something else. But at a certain point, they had to branch off from the same branch.
Well, I don't know if they. Well, the branch in that is the ability, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, as the individual has the ability to use the Force, that's the branch, and the fork comes from the perspective of, am I using this branch to help others in a selfless way, or am I using this branch to help others in a selfish way? So, for instance, we can take Anakin. I think Anakin is a great person to explore with this. So, for a long time, Anakin was using his abilities to help other people, and then when he got it in his head that his wife was going to die, he wanted to use the Force to keep her alive, not necessarily for her sake. It wasn't about rescuing Padme to rescue Padme. It was about rescuing Padme so he wouldn't hurt, so he wouldn't lose her. So that's where the selfishness comes in. And he was willing to give up everything else to save her life because he didn't want to be without her. Which is different than if he wanted her to live so that his children would live and they would have, wonderful lives. It was all about that greed of holding on to her and was afraid of losing her.
Now, how about like to all the slaves that ran into Qui-Gon on Tatooine that he didn't free? To them, he was selfish.
Well, I don't know if he wasn't doing things for him. He was, from his perspective, he was doing it for the Order. So it was
right. But I'm saying, so the Order, but then you push that out to any of those enslaved planets in the Outer Rim. The Jedi were all living it looked pretty nice on Coruscant.
Yeah.
And the slaves weren't. And they had the power to,
Yeah, and I think what makes that conversation even more interesting, not only were they slaves, but they were slaves by crime lords.
Yeah.
So the Jedi knew that they were evildoers. They knew that they were greedy, malicious people that were holding these people slaves. Well, even when the Jedi were unwilling to help Mandalore.
Yeah.
Because Mandalore was a pacifist. They weren't going to pick sides, and the Jedi said that we will only help, planets who support the Empire.
Yeah,
They won't help the Separatists; they'd help support the Empire. So even in those ways, the Jedi were so caught up in their dogma, they were so caught up in the rules that they themselves created, that they couldn't see the error in it. Or errors, because there was many.
Yeah. And
they I think they got to the place where they were truly misguided teachers. They didn't teach beings how to live and interact with folks. It was all about, to suppress emotions. You can't love, which isn't helpful. So you can love. I mean, you can love someone and still do it from a kind, compassionate, non-attached way.
I was always into the pirates. I was more of a Solo guy. Like I like Luke and stuff, but Solo was the guy for me.
Well, he was adventurous.
Mm-hmm.
All sorts of shenanigans.
And he had a Wookiee.
Big buddy.
Though I am glad they rewrote that Wookiee part, that he's not a slave. I am glad that was, because when we were kids, he was life debted to him, which is basically a slave.
Well, I think that was still there. I think they even mentioned it in. Did they mention it in Solo? I can't remember, but definitely in.
They mentioned it, but he was kind of like they were kind of even.
Yeah.
So he was with him because he wanted to, and not just because, because I don't think we didn't think that deeply about things,
Yeah.
And I don't know.
We didn't have the benefit of decades to pour over these movies and the books and the ideas behind them.
Yeah. Well, look, it is 4 hours and 28 minutes. Is that a
Nicely
record?
done, my friend.
Is that a record?
I'm glad we had a bunch of people on tonight from Anthony and Dexter, who was listening to Ark, and a whole bunch of other folks. This has been a great night.
Yeah, it was good. I was looking forward to it. I was trying to get my chair put together. I didn't get my chair in time, but I'll have it done next time. And then we have next week's the last Kenobi, and then we'll have a little bit of break on new Star Wars stuff.
Well, do you think they're going to do a Star Wars gallery for Kenobi?
Oh, definitely. Definitely, I think so.
And I hope they do it. Like, I would love to see another one where it was multi-episodes instead of just 1 hour of a documentary.
I would love to see a multi-episode. I'd like to see them revisit, like I'd like to see what they've learned, like what we learned from when we first did The Mandalorian to Book of Boba Fett.
Yeah.
So, But
It would be fun. I know that they did a documentary a while back. It might have been during the prequels, where it was from pixel to screen or whatever,
Mhm.
where they talked about how they designed the creatures and then made the creatures for the movie.
yeah,
It would be cool because we're both into the prop side of things.
yeah,
You know, they don't have to show us the all of the steps, but how something gets drawn from like a Doug Chang drawing to the mold making to the thing that shows up on screen.
yeah, yeah. I would like to see that. I would just like to see a good long full length Star Wars documentary about anything. Like I don't want to see another one just about the volume again. Just give me more, about the
Yeah,
volume.
and is it true? I've been telling this story for a while now, and I don't even know if it's true anymore. It might be just a rumor that there's 4 of them.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Now I don't know. Are they all Lucasfilm or like is one Marvel?
Yeah, that part I'm not sure about.
Um, but I mean, that's what you want to build because that brings you the best of both worlds. You still have physical props and the digital background without blue screen and green screen. Because I'm sure a really good actor can act in front of a green screen, but if you put me somewhere and I see stormtroopers running at me, shooting at me, I can act pretty good too. You know what I mean? Like,
Exactly.
So.
Well, if you think of anything that you want to hear about us talking about for Rogue One, you can either send it to me or we can chat about it more when I come up your way to Pennsylvania this weekend.
Yeah, well, again, Rogue One is I still think the some of my favorite parts of Rogue One is just that the sense of the thing that I always liked and hated about Rogue One is it's a true representation of what happens in war because they're the people that die, but it's the people at the end that finish it tend to get more of the accolades, which isn't bad. They, like Luke, Han, and Chewie and all them, the medals and stuff. But it's how quickly you forget those initial sacrifices in any war. Like I think of, because it's just human nature. And when I saw that movie, I kept thinking, man, in less than a couple days' time, they're going to have 3 guys on a stage, 2 of them getting medals for blowing up the Death Star, and these get swept in history just because of the way things move sometimes. So.
Well, and how important all those players are. So if we take and go from the Lukes and the Hans and stuff down to someone like Rose Tico.
Yeah.
Rose Tico, while she may not have, been the most heroic character, her role and every other person in that role is just as important. So I work in a healthcare organization,
Mm-hmm.
and we have people who cook food and man our doors and provide clinical care and clean our buildings. And I think the folks who clean our buildings play just as an important role as the doctor who is stitching body parts together.
Yep.
Because if that room is not clean or those pieces of equipment are not clean, it doesn't matter how good that doctor is at stitching, that person's not going to survive because of all of those other parts not being done properly.
Yeah, well, that's how it is at schools. I mean, that's exactly right. So, but we still got 3 people hanging on. So, thanks again. We'll be back Wednesday. Ken's recording when are you recording next week?
We're going to be recording the 20th. So the forces behind Star Wars, that's Anthony, Dexter, Steven, Demetrius, and myself as part of this larger, newly crafted, still in the beginning stages, the Unifying Fandom Network. So, and there's more to come on that. I know that John had mentioned tonight that the Beskar bucket would like to get involved in that, and I'm still toying around with that idea of a solo podcast. So we'll see how that all works out.
Yeah, so I'm usually helping Zoe with Star Wars Geek Girl. Actually, she recorded one tonight, so I'll have that up in a day or two, and get CreativeCast back on where we talk about costumes and this show here. Then just share it. If you don't like our stuff, find a positive Star Wars thing that you do like. But thanks for jumping in, and we are going to head out of here. It is 12:30 our time on the East Coast, so I don't know where all our people are, but
Thanks for catching up with us, everybody.
yep. Good night, everyone.
Bye.